Welcome to the complete Scrum Guide course by Simplilearn. Now imagine being part of a team that delivers high quality products in just a few weeks, constantly improving and adapting based on feedback. Well, with Scrum, this can be a reality. Scrum is a simple yet powerful agile framework that helps teams work smarter, faster, and more efficiently. It breaks down tasks into manageable chunks called sprints, making it easier to adjust, gather feedback, and keep improving. So, in this course, you will dive into Scrum, learning all the key principles and the vital roles like Scrum Master, Product Owner, and Development Team. You'll also discover how to use tools like product and sprint backlogs to keep things organized. We'll even help you prepare for Scrum certifications like PSM and give you insider tips to ace Scrum-related job interviews. So let's get started now. And if you want more helpful content like this, be sure to hit the notification bell and subscribe to Simplilearn's YouTube channel. Now here's a quick information for you if you are interested in elevating your career and becoming a professional Scrum Master, then our best rated certified Scrum Master certification training is your ticket to success. We guarantee you'll pass on the first attempt as you join one of our 20 plus live cohort each month for 16 hours of interactive training led by globally renowned certified Scrum trainers. You can also engage in hands-on learning through role plays, simulations, and case studies, and also gain complimentary access to Agile and Scrum courses. You'll also enjoy a 2-year membership with Scrum Alliance, earn 20 PDUs and 16 SEUs, and also benefit from our 100% money-back guarantee program. This is your chance to dive into immersive learning, and it will also help you to ace CSM exam. So hurry up and enroll now, and you can find the link below.
So what is Safe Scrum Master certification? Safe Scrum Master certification is a badge that shows you know your stuff when it comes to Scrum, Lean, and Agile ways of working. It's like a stamp of approval that says you are great at managing Agile projects, especially in big companies. To get this certification, you have got to prove you really understand SAFe principles and how to use them in real situations. There's an exam you have to pass called the SAFe SSM exam. It tests what you know about the SAFe framework and how you would handle different challenges. Now let's break it down. Scrum is a way of working where teams tackle big projects in small and manageable steps. Lean is all about being efficient and cutting out waste. And Agile is a mindset that focuses on being flexible and responding quickly to change. SAFe combines all these ideas and adds a layer for working in big organizations. Imagine you're in charge of a project in a big company. You need to make sure everyone on the team knows what you are doing and those things are running smoothly. That's where being a safe Scrum Master comes in handy. You will know how to use Scrum to break down the projects into smaller tasks. You will also use Lean principles to keep things moving quickly and efficiently. And you will have that Agile mindset to adapt to any changes that comes your way. So getting certified as a safe Scrum Master is like saying, hey, I know my stuff when it comes to managing Agile projects in big companies. It's a way to show employees that you have got the skills they need to keep their projects on track and their teams working smoothly. So this was about Safe Scrum Master certification. Now let's understand about the exam pattern. So understanding about the exam pattern. The Safe Scrum Master certification exams follow the specific pattern designed to access your understanding. Here's what you need to know about the exam. So the duration is 90 minutes to complete the exam. Then number of questions. So there will be a total 45 questions. And to pass the exam, you will need to score at least 33 out of 45 questions correctly, which amounts to 73%. Now talking about the competency level, the exam is geared towards individuals at an intermediate competency level. This means you should be proficient and capable of performing tasks with some assistance. Now the question format. Questions for the exam will be either multiple choice question, where you have to choose one answer, or multiple select format, where you can choose 2 or 3 answers. Now, talking about the delivery, the exam is conducted online via web-based platform. It's a closed book exam, meaning you can't refer to any materials during the test. You'll also not allowed any outside assistance. And remember, it's timed, so manage your time wisely. Now, coming to the main part, that is the cost of the exam. So the cost of the first attempt is included in the course registration fee if you take the exam within 30 days of completing the course. And however, if you need to retake the exam or if you attempt it after the 30-day window, there's a fee for $50 per attempt. So it's like that. Alright, so this was about the exam pattern. Now coming to the career opportunities after certification. So after completing the SAFe Certified Scrum Master certification, you can target a variety of job positions that leverage your knowledge of Agile and Scrum practices. Some of them are Scrum Master, Agile Coach, Product Owner, Project Manager, Program Manager, and Iteration Manager. So these are some of the positions you can opt after doing this certification. Alright, now let's understand how to become a SAFe Certified Scrum Master. So let's divide the procedure or plan into 3 steps. Step 1 is create a proper study plan. So let's understand that first. So preparing for the SAFe Certified Scrum Master exam starts with creating a study plan. This plan outlines what you need to focus on. First, identify the main goals and the important ideas for the exam. Understand the key concepts thoroughly. This helps you prioritize your study time and ensures you cover all the necessary topics to succeed in the exam. So this was about the study plan. Now coming to the next step, which is prepare for SAFe Certified Scrum Master exam. So basically the training part. For preparation purposes, consider enrolling in a SAFe Scrum Master certification course, over 16 hours of live instructor-led sessions. You will delve into the intricacies of scaled Agile framework, mastering Agile development at a scale, iteration planning, and fostering high-performing teams with a 1-year membership to the SAFe community platform. Access invaluable resources to support your journey. Professionals who pass the SAFe Scrum Master certification exam from Simplilearn will receive SAFe Scrum Master Master Certificate, SAFe Scrum Master Digital Badge for online profiles, and much more. You will get the link to the SAFe Scrum Master certification course by Simplilearn in the comment section below. Alright, now let's talk about the study material thing. So supplement your learning with the official course materials, including the SAFe Certified Scrum Master Guide and additional resources provided by your chosen training provider. As I've mentioned, you can go through the SAFe Scrum Master certification by Simplilearn and you'll get all the resources in that particular training course. Alright, now coming to the next thing, that is the third step, which is mock test. So mock test. Taking mock test is an important part of preparing for the SAFe Certified Scrum Master exam. These practice tests mimic the real exam, helping you get familiar with the format and types of questions. By giving mock tests, you can access your readiness and identify areas where you need more practice. It's a great way to build confidence and improve your chances of success on the actual exam. After that, you can go for test analysis. Analyzing mock tests is crucial for SAFe Certified Scrum Master exam preparation. After taking a mock test, review your answer to understand where you went right and where you made the mistakes. Identifying the patterns in your errors and focus on improving those areas. This should be your goal. So this analysis helps you fine-tune your study plan and strengthens your weak points, increasing your chances of performing well on the actual exam. And the last step would be to go for the exam. So by following these steps and maintaining consistency in your preparation, you can confidently pursue your goal to become a certified SAFe Scrum Master. With a solid study plan, regular mock test, and through analysis, you will be equipped to ace the exam and excel in your Agile career journey.
The demand for Scrum certified product owners is surging across multiple sectors, signaling robust career opportunities for those with advanced skills. With an expected job growth rate of 25%, product owner leadership roles are listed among the top 10 most promising jobs on LinkedIn and the top 6 emerging jobs in product development by the World Economic Forum. Average salary for experienced product owners is roughly $1 million and is expected to increase by 10% year on year. This expanding need spans diverse industries from IT, telecom, and government to oil, gas, entertainment, finance, and healthcare. Hi, my name is Vijay Bandaru, and I want to welcome you to Simplilearn's Certified Scrum Product Owner Certification Training. I'm a certified Scrum trainer, team coach, and enterprise coach from Scrum Alliance. If you want to elevate your Scrum mastery, you are in the right place. As a certified trainer, I'm here to lead you into the depths of Agile product management with proven strategies to succeed in any sector. Join us for 16 hours of live instructor-led sessions where learning comes alive through games, role plays, simulations, and case studies. Our globally recognized certified Scrum trainers, experts in their fields, deliver these interactive sessions. By the end of this course, you will earn 16 SUs plus 16 PDUs with complimentary access to 15 value addition courses worth of $500. You will also get a 2 years complimentary membership of Scrum Alliance to further your professional development. This course offers a comprehensive journey into advanced product ownership, surpassing fundamental concepts. You will explore strategic product visioning and master stakeholder engagement while delving into real-world challenges to hone your agile leadership abilities effectively. With a focus on mastering strategic product backlog management and scalable agile practices, you will gain the tools to drive successful product deliveries. By enhancing your leadership and collaboration skills, you will have a profound impact on your organization's agility and success. Why take CSPO certification at this stage of your career? The evolving job market landscape demands highly skilled Scrum product owners capable of managing dynamic product development cycles. This course prepares you to thrive in roles essential to business agility and innovation. Simplilearn is the world's #1 online bootcamp for digital economy skills training, a global leader in agile training and part of the global registered education ally of Scrum Alliance. Our experienced CSTs have enabled more than 35,000 learners across the globe to achieve their goals. Ready to improve your product owner skills? Enroll in our certified Scrum product owner course and join the global community of Scrum professionals who are making a significant impact. Step into the future of product management. Join us at Simplilearn and transform your professional trajectory with our certified Scrum product owner training. Let's reshape the way products are envisioned and delivered.
So guys, what is basically in Scrum? Scrum is an agile framework that has revolutionized the way complex projects are managed and completed. Its adaptability, focus on collaboration, and iterative approach makes it an ideal methodology for dynamic and fast-paced environments. While Scrum is most commonly associated with software development, its principles and practices can be applied to various industries to enhance efficiency and product quality. This comprehensive tutorial aims to provide you with a deeper understanding of Scrum, covering its roles, artifacts, event processes, benefits, and practical implementation. By the end of this tutorial, you will have a solid grasp of Scrum and how to leverage its potential for your projects. Now let us move on to the second part, with a thorough discussion on what are Scrum roles. The product owner plays a very crucial role in Scrum, acting as the voice of the customer. So this is the first Scrum role that we see in Scrum methodology, that is a product owner. This individual is basically responsible for defining and prioritizing the product backlog, ensuring that the team focuses on the most valuable tasks. The product owner works closely with stakeholders to gather requirements, set clear goals, and make informed decisions about the product direction. The key responsibilities of the product owner includes defining the product vision and roadmap, creating and managing the product backlog, prioritizing backlog items based on value, risk and urgency, ensuring that the team understands the backlog items and their importance, and also accepting or rejecting completed work based on predefined criteria. Next role we have is Scrum Master. The Scrum Master is a facilitator and coach who ensures that Scrum framework is followed effectively. This role involves removing obstacles that hinder the team's progress, promoting a culture of continuous improvement, and fostering collaboration. The Scrum Master acts as a servant leader, supporting the team in achieving their goals without dictating how they should work. The key responsibilities of the Scrum Master includes facilitating Scrum events like sprint planning, daily Scrum, sprint review, and sprint retrospective. Then comes removing impediments that block the team's progress. Moving ahead, we have also coaching the team on Scrum practices and principles. Then we have a thorough discussion on protecting the team from external distractions and interruptions. And finally, promoting a healthy team dynamic and addressing conflicts. Next one we have is the development team. So guys, the development team consists of professionals who work collaboratively to deliver a product increment. This self-organizing team is cross-functional, meaning it possesses all the skills necessary to complete the work without relying on external sources. The development team is accountable for creating high-quality increments that meet the definition of done. The key responsibilities of development team includes estimating planning work during sprint planning, collaborating daily to achieve the sprint goal, delivering a potentially shippable product increment by the end of the sprint, then continuously improving their processes and practices, And finally, maintaining transparency through regular communications and updates. Now let us move on and understand about Scrum artifacts. The first one that we have all over here is product backlog. The product backlog is a dynamic list of all the works needed for the product. It includes features, enhancements, bug fixes, and technical tasks. The product owner is basically responsible for maintaining and prioritizing the backlog, ensuring that it reflects the current needs and goals of the project. The product backlog is continuously refined with items being added, removed, or reprioritized as necessary. The product backlog serves as a single source of truth for the team, providing a clear roadmap of what needs to be done. It is essential that backlog items are well defined with clear acceptance criteria to guide the development team in delivering the expected value. Then we have the sprint backlog. The sprint backlog is a subset of the product backlog, containing items selected for the current sprint. During sprint planning, the team decides which backlog items they can commit to completing within the sprint. The sprint backlog also includes a plan for how the team will accomplish this work. Sprint backlog provides a focused and actionable plan for the team, outlining the tasks and goals for the sprint. It is a living document continuously updated as the team progresses and learns about the work. The sprint backlog helps the team stay organized and aligned with the sprint goal. Then we have is increment. Increment is the sum of all the work at the end of the sprint. It represents a potentially shippable product that meets the definition of done, a set of criteria ensuring that work is complete and of high quality. The increment includes not only the new features added during the sprint, but also any improvements or fixes made to the existing features. The increment provides tangible evidence of progress, allowing stakeholders to inspect and evaluate the product. It serves as the basis for feedback and decision making, enabling the team to adapt and refine their approach in subsequent sprints. Then we have is sprint. Now let us move on and discuss about some of the Scrum events. The first one that we have all over here is sprint. A sprint is a time box period typically lasting 24 weeks, during which the team works to create a product increment. The fixed duration of the sprint provides a regular rhythm for the team, promoting consistent delivery and continuous improvement. Each sprint begins with a sprint planning and ends with a sprint review and sprint retrospective. Next one we have is sprint planning. It is an event where the team defines what will be accomplished in the upcoming sprint. The product owner presents the high priority backlog items and the team collaborates to select those they can complete within the sprint. Together, they set a clear sprint goal and create a plan for achieving it. During sprint planning, the team breaks down the selected backlog items into smaller tasks and estimates the effort required. This detailed planning ensures that everyone understands the work and how it contributes to the sprint goal. A sprint planning sets the stage for a focused and productive sprint. Next one we have is the daily scrum. Daily scrum is a short time box meeting, usually lasting for 15 minutes, held every day during the sprint. The purpose of the daily scrum is to synchronize the team activities, discuss progress, and identify any obstacles. Each team member shares what they did the previous day, what they plan to do today, and any issues they are facing. The daily scrum promotes transparency and accountability, ensuring that everyone is aligned and aware of the team status. It also provides an opportunity to quickly address and resolve impediments, keeping the team on track to achieve the sprint goal. Next we have all over here is called sprint review. So guys, sprint review is held at the end of the sprint to inspect the completed work and gather feedback from stakeholders. The team demonstrates the product increment, highlighting what was accomplished during the sprint. Stakeholders provide input and the product owner updates the product backlog based on the feedback. The sprint review fosters collaboration and transparency, allowing stakeholders to see the product's progress and influence its direction. It also provides an opportunity to celebrate success and identify areas for improvement. And finally, we have the sprint retrospective. The sprint retrospective is the final event of the sprint, where the team reflects on their processes and practices. The goal is to identify what went well, what could be improved, and how to enhance their performance in future sprints. The team discusses these insights, creates action items to address any issues. The sprint retrospectives promotes a culture for continuous improvement, encouraging the team to learn from their experiences and make incremental changes. By regularly reflecting and adapting, the team can optimize their processes and achieve better outcomes. Now let us understand the Scrum process flow. The Scrum process revolves around the sprint cycle, beginning with the sprint planning and ending with the sprint retrospective. This cycle ensures a regular cadence of work and continuous delivery of value. If we talk about the first one, we have the sprint planning here. Here the team selects the item for the product backlog and defines the sprint goal. They break down the work into smaller tasks and create the plan for the sprint. Now guys, let us discuss about the Scrum process flow. The first one that we have all over here, that is called as sprint planning. Here, the team selects the items from the product backlog, defines the sprint goal. They break down the work into smaller tasks and create a plan for the sprint. Next one, we have the daily Scrum. Daily Scrum here, the team meets daily to discuss progress, plans, and challenges. This meeting keeps everyone aligned and allows for quick adjustments. Third is sprint review. At the end of the sprint, the team demonstrates the completed work to the stakeholders and gathers feedback. The product owner updates the product backlog based on their feedback. And fourth one we have all over here is sprint retrospective. Here the team reflects on their processes and practices, identifying areas for improvement. They create action items to enhance their performance in future sprints. I hope so. You would have got a brief idea regarding Scrum process flow. Now let us move on to understanding the benefits of Scrum. So guys, Scrum offers several significant benefits that can transform how teams work and deliver value. Here are some of the key advantages. The first one that we have all over here is increased transparency. Scrum promotes transparency through its regular events and clear artifacts. The daily Scrum, sprint review, sprint retrospective ensures that everyone is aware of the team's progress, challenges, and successes. This transparency helps build trust among the team member and stakeholders, fostering a collaborative and open working environment. Next one we have all over here is improved team collaboration. The collaborative nature of the Scrum encourages team members to work closely together, leveraging their diverse skills and expertise. The Scrum Master facilitates this collaboration, helping the team communicate effectively and resolve conflicts. This teamwork leads to better problem solving, innovation, and overall productivity. Next one we have enhanced ability to adapt to changes. Scrum's iterative approach allows teams to quickly adapt to changes in requirements, market conditions, or customer feedback. By delivering small functional increments regularly, the team can gather feedback and make necessary adjustments. This flexibility ensures that product remains aligned with the stakeholders' needs and expectations. And finally, it provides faster delivery of valuable products increments. Scrum's time-boxed sprints drive the regular delivery of product increments, enabling faster time to market. This rapid delivery cycle allows stakeholders to see tangible progress and realize value sooner. It also reduces the risk of project delays and enhances the team ability to meet deadlines. Now let us discuss some of the common challenges of following Scrum methodology. We all know that Scrum offers many benefits, but it also comes with its own set of challenges. Here are some of the common issues teams may face. The first one that we have all over here is resistance to change. Introducing Scrum can be met with resistance, especially in organizations accustomed to traditional project management methods. To overcome this resistance, it's important to provide education and training on Scrum principles and practices. Involving team members and stakeholders in transition progress and highlighting the benefits of the Scrum can also help build support. Next, we have handling distributed teams. Distributed teams can face communication and collaboration challenges. To address these issues, it's crucial to leverage technology tools such as video conferencing, instant messaging, and collaborative software. Establishing clear communication protocols and regular virtual meetings can also help maintain alignment and cohesion among team members. Then we have managing large projects with Scrum. Scaling Scrum for large projects can be complex. One approach is to adopt frameworks like Scrums of Scrums, Nexus or SAFe, which is Scaled Agile Framework. It provides guidelines for coordinating multiple Scrum teams, ensuring that teams are cross-functional and self-organizing with clear communication channels, which are very essential for managing large projects effectively. Now let us dive into most interesting part, That is, what are the tools and softwares which are used for Scrum? So guys, several tools and softwares can support Scrum practices, enhancing productivity and collaboration. Here are some of the most popular options. The first one I would recommend is Jira. Jira is a widely used project management tool that offers robust support for Scrum. It provides features for creating and managing product backlogs, sprint backlogs, and tracking progress through visual boards. Jira's customizable workflows and reporting capabilities make it a powerful tool for Scrum team. Next one we have all over here is Trello. Trello is a flexible, user-friendly tool that uses boards, lists, and cards to organize tasks. It's well suited for Scrum teams, allowing them to create and manage backlogs, plan sprints, and track progress. Trello's simplicity and visual nature make it easy to use, especially for smaller teams or projects. And finally, we have Azure DevOps. Azure DevOps is a comprehensive suite of development tools that supports Scrum and other Agile methodologies. It includes features or backlog management, sprint planning, continuous integration, and deployment. Azure DevOps integrates seamlessly with other Microsoft tools, making it a good choice for teams using Microsoft ecosystem. So guys, in this tutorial, we have covered the fundamental aspects of Scrum, including its roles, artifacts, events, and processes.
Why do we need Scrum meeting? Alignment. Ensures everyone is on the same page regarding project goals and progress. Transparency. Promotes transparency by sharing individual accomplishments, plans, and obstacles. Collaboration. Fosters collaboration among team members by identifying dependencies and opportunities for assistance. Adaptation. Allows teams to adapt and adjust their plans based on daily progress and emerging challenges. Efficiency. Helps in identifying and addressing issues early, preventing delays, and ensuring smooth project flow. Moving forward, let's dive into advantages of Scrum meeting. Improved communication. Enhances communication among team members by providing a dedicated forum for updates and discussions. Enhanced collaboration. Promotes collaboration and knowledge sharing among team members, leading to better problem solving and decision making. Increased productivity. Enables teams to stay focused and accountable for daily tasks, leading to improved productivity and progress. Quick issue resolution. Facilitates early identification and resolution of obstacles, preventing them from becoming significant impediments to progress. Iterative improvement. Supports iterative improvement by providing regular opportunities for reflection and adaptation. Next, let's see standard questions of Scrum meeting. Question 1. What did you do yesterday? Question 2. What will you do today? Question 3. Are there any obstacles or impediments in your way? Moving forward, let's see. Facilitation and execution in Scrum. Scrum Master's role. Facilitates the meeting, ensuring it stays focused and on track. Time boxing. Keeps the meeting short and concise, typically around 15 minutes or less. Adapting format. Allows teams to modify the format or questions to better suit their needs and context. Staying standing. Encourages participants to stand during the meeting to maintain focus and keep it brief. Let's conclude this video. Conclusion. Value proposition. The daily Scrum meeting is a valuable tool for Agile teams, promoting alignment, transparency, collaboration, and continuous improvement. Integration with Agile principles. It aligns closely with Agile principles of frequent communication, adaptation, and collaboration, making it an essential practice within Agile methodologies like Scrum. By incorporating these, teams can gain a comprehensive understanding of the purpose, benefits, execution, and continuous improvement aspects of the daily Scrum meeting within the Agile development framework.
We shall now see the steps in Agile project management. The goal of Agile methodology is to produce shorter development life cycles and more frequent product releases than traditional waterfall project management. So we will now check 6 steps in Agile project methodology. The first step in the process is project planning. Project planning includes feasibility study, development of scope, breaking the project into executable tasks or sprints, and then estimating the amount of time needed to complete those sprints. The second step is the step of roadmap creation. A roadmap is a plan of action that shows how a project shall evolve over time. A list of all the features that the final product should have is created, and the steps to achieve those features are taken. The next important step is release planning. Since we are doing the project keeping in mind the Agile project methodology, the project will complete in sprints. That means there will be the release of features at the end of each cycle. And unlike the traditional waterfall model, the development cycles will be smaller. The fourth step in Agile project management is sprint planning. The sprints are made keeping in mind what all is to be accomplished in that particular step. At the beginning of each sprint, the goal of that sprint is decided and steps to achieve that goal are taken. The next step in the process emphasizes on daily meetings. There are short meetings every day to discuss if the team was able to finish the task for each sprint and check if there are any amendments that are required. Each team member talks about what they achieved in the last sprint and what are they going to work on in the next sprint. The last step is the step of sprint review and retrospective. There are 2 meetings after each sprint. First meeting is for the sprint review. This meeting is with the stakeholders to show them the finished product. This helps both sides to build a relationship and discuss if there are any issues in the end product. The second meeting is for having a sprint retrospective. This meeting involves the stakeholders to discuss what went well and what went wrong during the sprint. Sprint retrospective takes place after the sprint review and before the next sprint planning. Now when we know the steps needed for Agile project methodology, we must understand some Agile project management frameworks. There are several frameworks available today. Here, we will be discussing some of the most popular frameworks. The first framework we will discuss is the Kanban framework. Kanban framework is a well-known framework for implementing Agile software development. In the case of Kanban framework, work items are represented on the Kanban board, which helps all the team members to see the state of every piece of work at any time. Kanban board not only helps in visualizing the work, but also optimizing the workflow among the team. The next framework we will discuss today is the Scrum framework. Scrum framework is a popular framework for managing complex knowledge work like in the field of research and advanced technologies. Scrum is a simple framework that helps teams work together and learn through their experiences gained while working on a problem. The third framework we will see today is the hybrid framework. The hybrid framework is a combination of Agile methodology and non-Agile methodology. In the case of a hybrid framework, planning is done using the traditional way of project management, while the execution and delivery is done using the Agile methodology. Since the hybrid is a combination of the two, it handles the requirement changes and delivers the product in different stages. The fourth and the last framework we will see is the Lean framework. The Lean framework works on the principle of providing maximum customer value and creating zero waste. It focuses on optimizing the flow of products all through the value stream. This helps in eliminating waste all through the process and create processes that requires less human efforts. This also simplifies the process of information management and makes it more accurate. Finally, let's have a look at some companies that have opted for Agile project management. Today, around 22% of the organizations worldwide have all their teams working on the principle of Agile project methodology.
Did you know that IDC has confirmed 30 to 35% of IT projects still fail? The major reason behind the failure of software development projects is due to poor communication, poor management by senior authorities, employee resistance, and insufficient funding. To avoid these problems, businesses prefer customer-centric innovation techniques such as design thinking and agile methodology. These concepts have similar techniques such as gathering user feedback, following an iterative approach of the model that results in a better idea. With such benefits, designers avoid errors and result in faster and reliable output. However, these two concepts are not interchangeable. Hi, welcome to Simplilearn's YouTube channel. Today we'll be discussing the design thinking and agile development. Let us see how these two techniques can be implemented together. Now, without further ado, let's get started with the tutorial Design Thinking and Agile. Today we will be looking at what is design thinking, what is agile, design thinking explained, design thinking and agile. So the first topic. What is design thinking? Design thinking is extremely helpful in solving problems that are ill-defined or unknown. It is an iterative method that helps resolve user issues or redefines problems with the best solutions. Next, let us understand what is Agile. Agile is a set of methods and practices that focuses on iterative development. Also, requirements and solutions are obtained due to self-organizing cross-functional teams collaborating. Moving further, let us understand what is design thinking in detail. Design thinking requires designers to step into their customers' shoes and try to find a solution to their problem with empathy. The process also helps resolve user issues by redefining problems and providing the best solutions. Design thinking covers 5 stages. They are empathy, define, ideate, prototype, and testing. Let's talk about empathy first. The initial step to follow in the design thinking process is to pay attention to the client's requirements. A designer or its team should consider the user requirements. In short, they should step into their shoes and try to find the solution to their problem in the best way possible. Without the empathy stage, the design process lacks all important user-centric quality, which helps a designer reach the success stage rather than failing. Next comes the define stage. The define stage will encourage the team to gather useful techniques in order to solve challenges with the least difficulty. An individual will start to progress to the third stage, that is, the ideate stage, by asking relevant questions to encourage the person to develop ideas and solutions. Next is the ideate stage. This phase gives priority to creativity and ideation. In this stage, the designers will be performing ideation sessions and searching for new ideas. In simple words, the phase focuses on creative and curious activities such as brainstorming activity. Next is the prototype stage. In this phase, we can experiment and modify the errors found in the product. This phase is a mini version of the product. It validates solutions and tries to resolve obstacles. This stage has 2 prototypes. One is low fidelity and the other one is medium fidelity. Finally comes testing. This stage gives importance to user feedback based on the prototypes we have created. Basically, in this stage, the user's feedback on the prototype stage is considered and improvements are made. That was all about the 5 stages in design thinking process. Moving forward, let us see how design thinking and Agile can be implemented together. While design thinking and Agile are applied separately, the 2 strategies can be implemented together as well. A majority of IT companies have begun to utilize Agile in conjunction with design thinking, whereas Agile methodology is a practice of solving problems and design thinking is an approach to find user problems. For teams looking to leverage Agile and design thinking for the first time, here are a few recommendations to focus on. Let us see the first topic. Begin at a small level. It means focus on high value, low risk opportunities in order to earn better solutions using design thinking and Agile together. Then, with better results, take on more challenging initiatives. Next is invest in your research. It means ensure the entire design team understand the end user. Suppose there are any existing data, start by testing some ideas. Start the design thinking process by building a map of the user's journey. As a result, it encourages team members to focus on empathize phase and discover new solutions. Next, focus on a clearly defined problem statement with sprint. Start design thinking in sprint 0. Encourage the entire team to understand the problem statement and build a useful design framework. Then, build a production team culture. Form a core design and development team. Teams such as decision makers, UX researcher, designer, visual designer, Scrum Master, developers, and quality analysts. Do not exceed the team to more than 10 members and make sure every professional has an equal say. Create an environment that supports collaboration across departments, like a successful design solution. Next is optimal use of design thinking. Use design thinking during the first stage of project development and then apply it whenever an important feature has to be developed. Next comes design patterns and maintain a good user experience. This stage helps in minimizing design and development time. Design patterns work as building blocks encouraging team members to remove lower level design decisions. The patterns created should be accepted by the entire team and should be easily implemented. Finally comes periodic testing. Based on the characteristics of the project, set up a testing schedule. The time can be scheduled once in 4 days or once during the sprint. Test simple prototypes to eliminate errors and understand the viability of ideas during the early stages. Test the working software and evaluate the result for a better output.
So, are you interested in becoming an Agile Scrum professional? Here we have Certified Scrum Master CSM certification training course. So, hurry up and enroll now. Find the course link in the description box.
So this would help the people who actually needs to know some important details about Agile and associated details, so that can help them to understand the Agile and Agile methodologies, the tools related to Agile better. So explain Agile in brief. If this is the question, what would be the typical answer? So the term Agile refers to ability to move quickly and easily by becoming more flexible and adaptable. So most of the times I have seen people say, whenever I ask the question what is Agile, they say Agile is a methodology. The term Agile itself is not a methodology. It actually refers to this flexibility, adaptability. So all those methodologies which are there defined for Agile, for example Scrum, so they have an approach towards to become Agile and do the projects in an Agile way. So this requires adoption and adoption of continual changing scenarios in modern dynamic business environment, which means the flexibility and adaptability is required because of the changing business environment, the dynamics. To quickly adopt to that change, to become flexible, Agile approaches are required. It is very essential for organization to become Agile for their sustenance and growth. There are various Agile methods and practices that focuses on iterative development. Typically any Agile methodologies follows iterative approaches. Requirements and solutions are obtained through self-organizing, cross-functional teams collaborating. So collaboration is very important. Any of the Agile methodologies we come across, we speak about cross-functional, self-organizing teams. So this is the basic details one should know when they hear the term Agile. So question number 2, explain the difference between a traditional waterfall model and Agile testing. So when we say Agile and waterfall, it has two different dynamics altogether. So Agile model is a continuous iteration lifecycle model for developing and testing software, whereas waterfall is linear sequential lifecycle model for developing and testing the software. So similarly, the rigidity. So Agile methodologies is flexible way of building a software which provides a lot of flexibility. Whenever there is a change, adopting to the change will become very easy, adapting and adopting for the change scenario. Whereas in waterfall methodology, it is a bit difficult, it is rigid, because it is very much structured. Any changes which comes in, adopting that and changing things to according to the change dynamics requires changing many things, which makes it very tedious and rigid. So thirdly, collaboration. So Agile model is highly collaborative. That's what it approach considers mainly towards software development, where involvement of all the members like customers, maybe the team members, the project managers. So their active involvement is very much required so that things can be handled better. So whereas waterfall model generally don't insist on that. So it is least flexible and follows sequence of steps which are predefined, and that doesn't allow the team to collaborate. Even the collaboration happens, it will have a limitation because everything is defined and one has to follow it and comply to it. There is no opportunity or options to change anything so easily when it comes to waterfall model. Then processes. The entire process of development is divided into iterations which are of short period, so that in each of these iterations the working piece of that product will come out. So in waterfall approach, the software development process is broken down into several phases, sequential phases, linear phases. So things which has to be delivered in each of the phases are very well defined, and accordingly it happens. So changes may be made even after the initial planning is completed. In Agile approaches or in Agile, whoever follow Agile, it is easy to adopt to that change scenario. Whereas in waterfall approaches, development requirements cannot be changed once the project development begins. It will become difficult because everything is defined in a comprehensive way, detailed, so that small changes may impact other parts of the products or descriptions which is defined. So software development is a collection of many different projects which can happen in Agile, whereas waterfall software development is completed as a single project or deliverable. So testing is performed in same iterations as programming or building. So within that iteration, since we build the working product, all the testing will be done within that, so that one would be fully informed about that product which is being developed in the iterations, so that users can give the feedback quickly. Whereas testing phase is separate in waterfall approaches, but however testing can be built in parallel in waterfall also if it is planned that way, but still it does not give that flexibility as it is there in the agile, because the product will not be available to the users to give their feedback, so that necessary corrections cannot be made. So whatever testing reveals in waterfall methodologies, the corrections will be done by the team limiting to their understanding, whereas in agile, since users are very closely involved, working model is ready, so the feedback is straight from the users in their perspective, so that corrections can be made, and ultimate product will be very much useful to the people who are going to use that product ultimately. So question number 3, what are some important parts of agile process? So here are some of the important principles that need to be followed to make a process of agile. So one is customer satisfaction. So very much important. One has to ensure customer is satisfied. Customer sees the product, gives the feedback, they uses it, gives the feedback, necessary corrections are made in time, so that quick delivery of the product can be made according to the requirement of the customers, which would result in high customer satisfaction. Then changing needs. So agile welcome changes. So any changing needs will be addressed even late in the development processes, in the entire life cycle of the project, wherever the change comes in. Taking that changes, making that necessary changes will be easier when it comes to agile. Delivery frequently. So ensuring software is delivered frequently, focusing on shorter time scales, which is very well understood. The full clarity of the product and the working piece of the product will come out of the iterations. So as I mentioned earlier as well, quick feedback from the users will also obtain, so that products which are delivered will be as per the customer requirement. So agile approaches helps that way. Work together. So agile manifesto emphasizes on working together, collaboration, so that each one of them contributes. So developers and business individuals has to work together through the course of the project, so that necessary outcome can be created. So motivated team. So projects need to be built around motivated individuals, and they must be trusted to get the job done. So as I mentioned in the previous point, collaboration is very important. So we cannot ignore team as well, who is actually actively involved in creation of those products. So they should be motivated, and their active involvement is very much required. Face-to-face conversation is most efficient means of communication. So since the agile methodologies, whatever is defined, actually emphasizes on having the face-to-face conversation, collaborating better, uh, contributing proactively, and involvement proactively is very essential. So conversation, communication plays a very important role. So working software is a primary measure of progress, which will be delivered in each of the iterations, so that users can give the necessary feedbacks. So constant pace, agile process promotes sustainable development, because all the products which are being developed, used, feedback obtained are in real time. So people actually know what is being produced and what is that they can expect as it progresses. So clarity is also one of the things, and that pace has to be maintained, and agile approaches helps to accomplish it. So good design, agility can be improved by focusing on technical excellence and good design. As you progress, as the changes comes in, as you adapt and adopt, so since it has the flexibility, technically as well as process wise, as well as any of the configuration wise, it is easy to do the necessary changes and have the design which is required to accomplish the ultimate results. Simplicity, the amount of work that's not being done needs to be minimized. So we say simplicity is the ultimate sophistication, means what is that required to be done, consider only that, not anything else above or below that. So whatever we may require to do, focusing on that, the minimum thing what need to be done will be done and has to be done when one follows agile approach. Self-organized, the team is self-organized, So self-organized teams provides best architectures, requirements and design, because they having various different capabilities come together, contribute together with their capability, with a different capability, multi-skilled as well will be present in the self-organized team. Reflect and adjust. Effectiveness can be improved by the team regularly reflecting on it, because as I mentioned earlier, in every iterations there are feedback obtained. Testing is being done in each of the iterations as it progresses. So this will help us in terms of providing the insight towards how is it progressing. So that will help in quickly doing the necessary corrections which are required to be done. So next, question number 4, explain iterative and incremental development in Agile. So incremental development, when we say, the process is divided into many small workable increments, so which can be done one after the other. Each successive increment builds on the top of the work done in the previous increments. Over time, functionalities are added based on what was already created. So iterative development involves the development of system by following repeated cycles or iterations. Based on the results from the most recent iterations of the process, changes are made. This helps the project evolve over time. So the term evolve is the one which one should keep in mind. It is not that I'm just going, that is my destination. Yes, definitely that is a destination. While progressing, there are a lot of variations which happens. Those variations has to be considered, and accordingly the necessary deviations or corrections, adjustments has to be made, and things to be progressed further, which is very important. Because of this iterative approach, it helps to become adaptable and flexible to adjust to these varying conditions. So that's where project should evolve. It cannot go in a straight line. It has to evolve based on the variations while progressing towards the destination or the results what we are supposed to accomplish. So Agile, definitely iterative plus incremental. So Agile involves consideration and creation of working product in an iterations, which is part of the overall final product. So the consolidation of all the products which are produced in each of the iterations will become part of the ultimate results, ultimate product. Each iteration is an enhanced working increment of the final product. This process continues until all the product's functionalities are satisfied. So organizations and user can use and experience the product and provide feedback that can be incorporated into next iterations. So each iterations, when the working product is produced, those things are used by the users, experience, they will look at the features and functionality, and based on the requirement what they're supposed to fulfill, they may also give the feedback for necessary corrections, or they add new requirement to it, because the minimum requirements what is being fulfilled by this product, maybe some requirements which are not expressed earlier, there is an opportunity to express at this point in time, to state we can involve some of the features of this kind in the next iteration, so that we can able to make this product better. So such a conversation, the incremental iterative approach helps or allows or provides that opportunity to express. So causing product roadmaps to be built, produced, tested and confirmed before the next iterations. So that's where before we move to next iterations, there will be better clarity in terms of what is produced, what we are supposed to produce further, and what is that modification we are supposed to do, so that product can ultimately fulfill the requirements. So question number 5, what are the different types of agile methodologies? So there are various kinds of agile methodologies. Some of them are briefed here. So let us go through them one by one. Extreme programming. So it is a framework that enables team to create high quality software and improves their quality of life. It enables software development with appropriate engineering practices. So next is Kanban. This method is used to design, manage and improve the flow of systems. Organizations can visualize their flow of work, limiting their work in progress. So basically Kanban comes from the Toyota system. So here when we use the term workflow, the work in progress, so this will help in terms of monitoring what is happening, what work is in progress, what work is completed, and it uses a visualized system, so one can see it, what is happening. So it also enables the individuals who are doing it to know what is that pending against them, and they can pick it up, pull it up and then complete it. Lean Lean is a set of tools and principles that aims to identify and remove waste to increase the speed of process development. It focuses on maximizing value to the client, ensuring waste is minimized. So lean principles, lean approaches says the flow. In a flow, if there is any bottleneck, that needs to be removed. So this bottleneck would limit the flow and that would add towards the waste. So identification of the waste, the reason for that creation of the waste, or who is the contributor of the waste, and eliminating those causes and moving forward. This will help in smoothening the flow, at the same time improving the system for better outcome. So that's where lean has become popular and well acknowledged. So Scrum is a framework that is used by teams to establish a hypothesis, try it out, reflect on experience and adjustments. It is used to enable teams to incorporate practices from other frameworks depending on the team's requirement. So that's about Scrum. Scrum is a bit popular and it is mostly used for smaller projects. The bigger the project, more complex, I think Scrum would not help. But Scrum is very popular in software development organizations. So where it has a simple 5 events, 3 roles and 3 artifacts. So it helps to adopt and adapt to the changing conditions, and it has become a proven practice. Now Crystal is an approach to software development that focuses on people and their interactions rather than tools and processes. It is aimed to streamline processes and improve optimization. It works on principle that projects are unique and dynamic. So next question, what are the principles of agile testing? So testing continuously to ensure the product improves continuously. So as we know, when we progress, when we adopt, when we follow agile approaches, there is a reason, because we should be able to respond to that changes quickly. We should be able to understand what is going right, what is not quickly, and do the necessary correction then and there itself. So testing continuously become very important, because as we develop, as we test, we can reveal any of the issues, any of the defects in the product what we develop, so that it reveals. So obtain feedback continuously to ensure the product meets business requirements. So looking at the performance, does this features functionality of the product is helpful to accomplish that business requirement? So this feedback comes from the customers and users when we produce that working piece of the product. So all team roles, testing, development, etc. need to be involved in testing process. So one cannot work in isolation. There should be very good collaboration. People from various different teams working together, complementing to each other, very essential to become agile. So the active involvement of business teams and representatives can provide quick feedback for each iterations. So clean and simplified code ensures it is defect-free during iterations. The documentation created must be limited into a particular iterations. So when we speak about waterfall approach, the documentation will be very comprehensive for the entire project. But the moment we speak about agile, the documentation will get limited to what is being produced in the iterations, which is very important. So what is being produced in iterations, and that is based on the actually what is produced. Something I planned for that iterations, some changes happens, we developed it, created it, there is a feedback which is coming up. Documentation is limited to that. So corrections which can be made to the documentation will be easier and quicker. So along with development and implementation, testing is done to ensure the product is defect free. Continuous involvement of users ensures the final product matches their requirement, which is ultimate need. So question number 7, what are some agile metrics that need to be focused on? So some of the popular metrics which are used are measuring burn down of deliverables, which is usually represented using burn down charts. Similarly, we have burn up chart also, where as we complete the task, the height of the bar keeps increasing in burn up charts, but most popular is burn down, so that what is to be delivered will be easily visible. So the velocity, lead time, cycle time, code quality, code covered in unit test, deployment success rate, net promote score, So these are the basic metrics which are really needed when we are speaking about the velocity and speed. At the same time, how quickly we are able to produce what is supposed to be done and planned. Are we going accordingly or not? So this will help in terms of making our job as per the need. So metrics has to be selected very carefully. So metrics is not just a number. It should have an interpretation, and that interpretation should actually complement to the business needs and requirements. So metrics should have a clear description of what is this measurement is all about and what is that we are going to understand from that measuring that metrics. So next is what is Kanban. So Kanban system is visual system which helps better management of work as work moves through processes. So it visualizes and provides visibility into the process, workflows and works passing through the processes. So when you say it is a visual system, so there will be board or a display system where each of the tasks which needs to be accomplished are displayed there, and the person who is supposed to complete it and what is the status of it. So people would look at it, pull the work and complete it. So since people pull that work, it is also called as pull system. So because the new works are pulled in, taken up from the list for execution and move them from in progress status to done. So Kanban, since it is a visual system, it also makes people more conscious about what is pending against them, what work is pulled, that is also visible. So there is no reason for anyone to say that I did not do this because of XYZ reasons. Since it is visible, it is my job. Since I pulled that task, it is my job, my ownership to complete it. It becomes like that. So that discipline comes into place. So tracking the work will also become easier as the workflow is clearly visible and put on the display board. Modern organization can also use the digital display systems. We're seeing this more adoption in many organizations today because the value of using it, the contribution of it is seen by organization and Kanban playing its roles in the organization, and it's very essential to have this practice. So the goal is identification of constraints, that is potential bottleneck in the process, and ensure they are addressed. This ensures that the workflow becomes smoother and more efficient. I think I mentioned the reasons. Question number 9. What are some popular agile tools? So some of the tools which we keep hearing today, whenever people say we do agile, is some of these are listed here like GitHub, Jira Software, Trello, Zoho, Yodix, Verizon One, and many more. I think before we choose a tool, it is very important for anyone to understand what is that they require first and what tool can help them in terms of accomplishing it. So it requires a lot of analysis, assessment on the tools and the comparison with what is being done in the organization and how this tool would suit that organization's requirement is very essential. So tool is not first, the requirements, the need analysis, and then what tools best suit the environment, that is the step. Only then selecting the tool makes sense. However, studying the tools and comparing the tools and the features functionality will also help defining what needs to be there in place in the organization when they become agile or adopt certain practices. What are the obstacles to the agile process? So some of the obstacles that one could face are not having the appropriate or sufficient tools and technologies. So it is quite obvious organizations struggle not having the right tools and technologies. As I mentioned earlier, it is very important to understand what is our need first and what tools suits best. At the same time, I also mentioned study the tools and technologies and what do they offer and what do we have. Do we really need that additional things, the gap, whatever we find, do we really need those in our environment? Is that dynamics? Is there in our environment? That needs to be understood. The lack of active involvement from the customer. So when we say agile, involvement of all the stakeholders are very important because the changing needs comes from users and customers. Whenever the iterations complete, working piece is delivered, if customer doesn't respond or explain or provide the feedback, then moving towards the next iterations will become difficult. It is very essential, the active involvement of the stakeholders, and very important stakeholders is users and customers. The team members lacking in skills and capability. So one has to ensure the team members are groomed with the right capability and that should be evaluated on a continual basis so that organization can handle things in an agile way and contribute towards the projects what is being done and become agile. Some of the obstacles further, if you can look at, is the inability to design system based on unseen requirements. So this unseen requirement is very dynamic. So when they will crop up, we will not know. But however, the systems what we designed should be able to provide that opportunity. Whenever such variations happens, you can able to easily adopt or involve or take that particular new requirement and plug in. So otherwise, one cannot become so rigid. There should be flexibility. Adapting the agile culture to the organization. So culture plays a very important role. So a lot of resistance would come across to adopt the new way of doing things. People may not appreciate the agile way of doing things. So it requires a lot of effort, motivation, and making people to understand why the organization has taken up the task to make it agile, and building a culture where people would think in agile way and contribute to the organization. Question number 11, differentiate between agile and scrum. So the term agile, as I mentioned earlier, refers to ability to move quickly and easily by becoming more flexible and adaptable. Whereas scrum is an agile methodology which enables organization so organization can become agile. So agile manifesto and 12 principles acts as guidelines to become agile. Whereas Scrum is used in the projects where requirements are constantly changing, aligning to Agile Manifesto and 12 principles. They should follow what is told in Manifesto and principles. So Agile Manifesto mentions about the required collaboration interactions to become agile. Whereas Scrum defines the roles, the Scrum Master, the product owner, and cross-functional self-organizing teams who are involved in making the project, delivering the project in agile way. So Agile Manifesto also mentions about the required focus on working software and focus on change, whereas a Scrum approach enables teams to react to changes quickly. So means how to become flexible. What is that we need to consider to become flexible is defined in Manifesto, means stressed on it, whereas Scrum follows with that approach, one can become easily flexible. So delivery, the manifesto provides necessary guidelines on frequent delivery of software. So where Scrum with the sprints, it builds are delivered to users regularly and upheld agile principles. So collaboration, Agile Manifesto stresses upon individuals' interactions and customer collaboration. So Scrum does it through various events like daily stand-up meeting and other Scrum events like sprint meeting, sprint retrospective, whereas people are sitting and discussing about writing a user story, the epics, or selecting the product from the product backlog to the sprint backlog. So various events which happens in Scrum demonstrating that point which is stressed in Agile Manifesto about individuals' interactions and customer collaboration are demonstrated with various different events in Scrum methodology. So next question, what are some popular Agile certifications? So some of the popular Agile certifications are PMI ACP certification, which is offered by PMI US, Scrum Master certification, then Certified Scrum Master, Prince 2 Agile certification, then Scrum Product Owner certification. So next we will move to scenario based questions. So before we go and answer the scenario based questions, let us look at the scenario. What the scenario says. The manager X was having the discussion with the team about the upcoming event. The event was scheduled to conduct an online marketing campaign to increase the sales. Due to increased competition and rapidly changing customer behaviors, the campaign is very crucial and organization has decided to do it more often. This is done through the online platform. The organization has the requirement of integration with the organization's website with all the features and functionalities. The various roles involved in the marketing campaign are marketing manager, marketing team, campaign coordinators, creators of content and brochures for campaign, and the participants of the campaign. All of these roles should have access to platform through registration so that they can have the required access and make the marketing campaign successful. Besides, marketing manager has told the reports needs to be generated, which depicts the number of campaigns conducted, responses, registrations, conversations, etc. So this scenario is speaking about the marketing challenges or problems what organization has, and through that problem statement they wanted to ensure to the marketing campaign, and also they want to have an online platform to ensure to make this marketing campaign successful, and also speaks about the various different roles involved in this. So let us look at what are the typical questions which would come across in such scenarios. So first question says, can you write a user story from the perspective of marketing manager and participant? So firstly, we need to understand what is this user story is all about. So in the perspective of marketing manager is something anyway, we will look at it, what it is. But user story is the one which depicts the requirements, assuming the role. As a specific role, I need to do this, I want to have this. It gives it an explanation so that one can easily understand about that requirement, what need of consumers or what need of business this particular features functionality is going to fulfill. So let us see what is that user story relating to marketing manager and participants. So yes, why not? Here are a few examples. Marketing manager user story says, as a marketing manager, I need to assign the activities tasks to the team members. So now whenever we develop that platform, there should be an access to marketing manager, and marketing manager can able to assign the activities to the team members. So what feature that particular platform should have has to be defined and designed accordingly, and this is the requirement. The participant perspective, as a participant, I need to register for the campaign. So now there should be a registration page, obviously, and then whatever the process needs to be followed to create that registration for the participant, that needs to be made. And this simple user story helps into visualize what features functionality has to be there when we go and create that product and services. So this will help understanding the requirement thoroughly and creating the designing the features accordingly and visualizing the flow as well. So next question, is Agile the best approach to make a marketing campaign and why? So now a question arises, when we do marketing campaign, why should I follow Agile? Why not I do just like that? Now, why do we need Agile? What is that essential need? Because already I mentioned the need of agility requires, whenever there is an adaptability, whenever there is dynamics of changes, whenever I want to become someone who can able to become competitive, because competition is also responding to the dynamics of the market quickly, I should be there in that business. So obviously, does this question make sense? Can this marketing campaign can be done in the agile way? So obviously yes, because the agile approach is the best way to go with for marketing campaign. Reason being the rapidly changing behaviors of the consumers, which has to be understood, and detail should be put in their perspective, and accordingly the features has to be provided. So always in the consumer perspective, customer perspective. Secondly, with increased competition, the organization has to consider the unique differentiator to sustain and grow. There should be uniqueness. That needs to be understood. And that requires exercising continuously and creating the products accordingly. So this marketing campaign would help to understand that. So next question, what are the typical product backlog items? So for this, what could be the typical backlog items? Means the list of user stories, list of epics, which can help in terms of defining the features and functionality. The typical backlog items may include the features like registration page, login page, campaign contents, platform to conduct campaign, assess requirements. So likewise, we can keep writing. So user stories helps us to list what is that we may require to develop in this product. So this requires a lot of collaboration and discussion. Only then I think that will become more visible. Next question is, what are the some considerations made while selecting the items for product backlog? While selecting the backlog item to each iterations from the product backlog, the backlog item has to be prioritized. Definition of done for those items to be selected, value delivered, improvement considerations, etc. has to be made. So prioritization is very, very important. What features, functionality I should develop first, and how it makes sense to my business, how users will be helped, how customer will get benefited. So These will help in terms of having those features functionality developed in such an order where for that moment that features and functionality are available. We're not just jumping into everything and doing it one by one in a order, in a prioritized list. So it is very essential to prioritize, defining the definition of done and selecting the items accordingly, and then what value it delivers, understanding that and improving. Next question is the involvement of marketing manager required during the project and why? It's quite obvious. Marketing manager involvement is very essential because it is a marketing campaign. Yes, the involvement of marketing manager is very important and crucial, and it is the role who will have the full visibility into the requirements to be fulfilled and on-ground realities. Besides, one cannot become agile without the active involvement and collaboration of customer users with agile teams. Then there is something called Scrum board, which is used during this flow of Scrum, right from product backlog to the creation of that increment. So let us look at what is a Scrum board, which is used during the Scrum practice. So Scrum board is a physical or virtual tool that helps team to visualize items in the sprint backlog. So it helps in tracking what is being delivered, what is in progress, and what needs to be delivered further. So it shows all action items during the daily Scrum, helping keeping the team focused on tasks that need to be completion and the priorities of those. The Scrum board is usually present in a place that's accessible to all team members. It is a visual board, right? And can be physical, whiteboard and stickers, or virtual software tools which can be used and displayed on the screen. So the Scrum board is divided into different slots like to do, in progress and done. So when new sprints are started, the existing board is reset and new Scrum board is created. So since it is visual system, I think it is taking the thought from Kanban. So visual system always works effective because the moment I see something is put against my name that I need to complete this, it's quite obvious to me that I will put efforts to complete it. So it's a conscious effort what I will put. It works on my consciousness. So something which is not visible to me, it is not out of sight is out of mind. So I will not work on it. So there is a tendency to forget.
First slide here has to do with user stories and epics. And what I want to do, team, is I want to, before we get into the user stories, I want to go to the whiteboard and I want to just give you a little bit more information that might help us in organizing our discussion that we're about to embark on here. So a word that is not in our slides is themes. Themes are epics and user stories grouped together. You know, similar epics and user stories grouped together for planning purposes. So an epic is big. You would never do an epic a theme in a sprint. It's too big. So it's used for planning purposes. Below that, I would put epics. Epics are low priority, large user stories, meaning that an epic will eventually have to be disaggregated into multiple user stories. The reason it would be low priority is because if an epic was higher up on the product backlog, it would have to be more detailed. That's when you would break it down. So epics are usually going to live at the lower priority levels of a product backlog, and as user stories are completed and the epic rises in priority, it will eventually be broken down into more manageable user stories. So great big low priority user stories. Then we have user stories themselves. User stories are functions or features that the product owner wants to have developed. A user story turns into working software that provides value to the customer. And the product owner is the customer voice. The product owner is the one who would accept or reject completed user stories. And then there are tasks. And a reminder, when we were talking about the sprint planning meeting, we said the sprint planning meeting is got two parts to it. The first part is selecting all of the user stories that are going to be included in the sprint, and then disaggregating each of those user stories into tasks. That's done in the sprint planning meeting, and then those tasks are the things that are actually then done when the work of the sprint begins. User stories can be estimated in story points or ideal days. Most teams favor story points. They might start with ideal days, but they will then usually end up going to story points. Tasks are estimated in ideal time, which is usually hours. Okay, so now back to our slides. So at the top left, a use case could be an example of a user story. So it's something that the user wants to do and how the system should support it. Like a use case could be select and pay for items in a catalog. Now that could actually be an epic or maybe a theme, because maybe it would get disaggregated into log on screen, catalog, shopping cart, and checkout. But so the use case could either be a standalone user story, or it could actually be a number of user stories that would result from it. Below that, requirement. It could be a functional requirement, a technical task, or even a bug fix. So I'm going to go back to the whiteboard, and a product backlog is going to have a lot of user stories that come from the customer, right? Whatever the customer wants done. But the team may know that it has to do some development work in order for the user stories to even be able to work. You know, there's some system level non-functional requirements that need to be done. And so there could be tech user stories. And then, can you see this low? I can't see your chats, but then there could also be defect user stories. There could even be risk user stories. Now, what could happen is that the product owner ranks these in priority. So this one first, then that one, then that one. And the team says, well, the only thing is that we have to do some development work before we can actually do user story 2. And so what we really need to do is insert that before the second priority user story. And so the priority of the user stories in the product backlog, while it might start with just being, you know, simple functional user stories coming from the product owner, it will evolve until it includes some other things that are also considerations when it comes to priorities, because of, you know, successor, predecessor relationships, dependencies, and things like that are considerations. A user story, back to the screen, bottom left now, the user story can use a fictitious user or a persona to help the team or the team and the product owner to get an idea of, okay, who's going to be doing this function, what are they going to need in order to be able to complete the function, etc. So you try and come up with an actual, well, a fictitious, but a person who's actually doing it, to kind of get out of the realm of, you know, listing requirements and, you know, specs and things like that, and say, okay, what's the user experience need to look like? Top right, template. A portion of a user story is, let me back up. So a user story card is usually going to contain a brief description of the user story using some kind of a meta language format, like we're suggesting right here. As a user or persona, I want this feature so that I can. So not unlike our estimating session here. As a frequent traveler, I want to eat grapes so I can be healthier. In the one that we didn't do, the inventory system, as a customer, okay, there's a user. I want to get cash back so I don't have to wait in line at the bank. Okay, here's another user story. As a consumer, I want the shopping cart functionality to easily purchase items online. And maybe that could be customer as well. As an executive, right, as a suit, I want to generate a sales report so I know which departments need to improve their productivity. As a buyer, so you can see I tried to come up with these different roles right here: executive, buyer, sales rep, etc. And that's the format. As a type of user, I want some kind of goal or feature, and so that's some kind of a reason. Below that, connect the dots by writing all of the user stories necessary to uncover the entire use case. So like we were talking about right here, if you want to be able to purchase items online from a catalog, that might be multiple user stories in order to support that use case. And so, of course, we would want to be able to connect the dots and see where all the user stories fit into the overall goal of the project or release. And the stories, excuse me, are grouped to form an epic or higher level story, so epic or theme. Stories can then be split into child stories or tasks, and so that's what we were covering before, right? So you have themes up at the top. That's the biggest grouping, if you will, used primarily for high-level planning purposes. So you have your themes, then you have your epics, which are large user stories, low priority, and they're going to have to be broken down into smaller user stories. Like in the question that we had at the end of the last section where the product owner needed something done and the team said, well, based on the size of this user story, it's going to take 3 sprints to do. Well, a user story has to be small enough to be completed within a single sprint. So a sprint can contain more than one user story, but a user story cannot span sprints. So that feature or function that was in the question was probably more like an epic. It was something that would need to be disaggregated into smaller user stories, or perhaps it was more of a use case that would need more than one user story in order to actually deliver the overall use case. Let's see, as a product supervisor, I want to see an unfinished part list at the end of the day so that I can reallocate work the next day. Great user story description. Well done, Viraj. Did you hear that, team? As a product supervisor, I want to see an unfinished part list at the end of the day so I can reallocate work the next day. That is a well-crafted description of a user story. Now, here are some things that I want you to memorize. You were hoping I was done with the memorization part. So I want you to remember that we have to invest in our user stories. And I was going over to the whiteboard and I didn't change cameras, so let me do that. I recommend figuring out how you memorize best so that you can, well, not if you wanted to. What I recommend is being able to write out all of this stuff on plain white scrap paper in about 14 minutes, because that's the amount of free time you have in the tutorial when you're at the, or when you're taking the test. Exin does it a little bit different. You maybe won't have a tutorial. The only time you'd have a tutorial is if you were at a center taking a test. Exin has other options, like you can do a paper-based test where you get a third party, a buddy or somebody who will agree to sort of proctor the test for you, or you can do it on your laptop all by yourself and they have software that watches you while you're taking the test, and they require you to take the laptop and do like a 360 so that they can verify that you don't have any cheat sheets up on the wall or anything like that. But the point is you got to have this memorized, whether you're going to dump it out onto paper or not. When I took the test, I actually did the paper-based option, and that was because of some time constraints, and it was the quickest way to get me into the test. And so I didn't write out any of the stuff I'd memorized, but I had it memorized, and I had it memorized well enough that I could kind of recall it in my mind's eye. Okay, so we're talking about user stories, and you have to invest in your user stories. You know I like memorizing things by creating these charts that have the first letter of the word or phrase that you're memorizing in a separate column, and then I make up a story, that reminds me that I've got to have INVEST. This one is pretty easy. Probably just invest works. So let's go over that. I stands for independent. Independent, meaning that each user story stands on its own. You don't have, when we're doing Scrum, you don't do a user story that won't result in working software. We just talked about the description of user stories, right? So it's a user that needs some kind of functionality for some kind of a reason, and they're all independent. Will they work together? Of course they'll work together if that's a necessity, but if you developed a logon screen, you could demonstrate working software for the login screen. There might be another user story that is, has to do with displaying the catalog and being able to flag or select items that you want to purchase. But there'd be working software for that. Would they work together? Yes, but each user story would complete or result in some kind of working software, and they have to be independent. Negotiable. Negotiable in the way the user story is going to be implemented. The product owner doesn't dictate to the team doesn't say it's only this way and we don't want to hear anything from you. So there are discussions about the size and implementation for each user story. So the product owner can't make it so detailed that there's no room for discussion and the possibility of the team coming up with solutions other than what the product owner was attempting to dictate. V stands for valuable, meaning each user story has to create value for the customer or the end user. E has to be estimable, as in estimatable, except estimatable is not really a word, it's estimable. And S is for small, has to be small enough to be done in a single sprint. If we're doing 2-week sprints, it has to be able to be done in 2 weeks or less. If we're doing 4-week sprints, it could be a larger user story, but it would still have to be done in 4 weeks or less. And then the last one, the T, is testable. Every user story needs to be testable, and it needs to be testable at 2 levels. Remember our triangle? It needs to be testable at the intrinsic quality level, unit tests, etc., and also testable at the extrinsic level, which is the customer point of view, which is acceptance. So every user story has to be testable. Okay, so that's invest, and so let's add that to our list of things to memorize. Invest. And then the next one we have here is the 3 C's of a user story. So the first C, team, is card. So user stories should be able to be written on a 4 by 6 inch index card or some media similar to that. Card. The second C is conversation. The user story card is the item that is used for the team and the product owner to talk and discuss in order to make sure that the product owner and the team are on the same page when it comes to what is actually supposed to be developed and what it's supposed to look like at the end, which leads us to the third one, which is confirmation. Each user story essentially has to have acceptance tests in it itself. So card 4x6, conversation, that's the starting point. That's where the team and the product owner discuss. And then eventually there will be acceptance tests included on the user story card in order to be used during the sprint review to assure that it's acceptable, that there's confirmation. Okay, so, let's add that to the memorization list. So, 3 C's. All right, now I've got an example here of a user story card. So we're looking right here. And if you were to go out on the internet and search user story cards, they would be similar. There would be some differences, of course. But typically what you're going to have is you're going to have a title or a name for the user story. And then there's going to be some kind of unique identifier, like user story 321. Then there will be the description like we just talked about. As a librarian, I want to have the facility of searching a book by different criteria so that I will save time while serving a customer. Then there might be some other descriptive words or links to other information that might be necessary. And then there would be acceptance criteria or tests. Sometimes these get included on the back of the card, but the point is that they are on the card rather. Then there will be an estimate of size. It could be ideal days or story points. As I mentioned, most teams do story points. That's more likely what you'll be tested on as opposed to ideal days. But, we'll cover both so you understand the differences. There's probably, it's not listed here, but there's probably going to be a value point assignment. This is where the product owner kind of determines in a relative way the value of the stories. Just like we were doing in planning poker, the product owner might say, well, this story is twice as valuable as this other one, comparing them together. And this is what these value points are what's used to prioritize the user stories. That's supposed to be a V, as in value points. And then typically there's also going to be a indication. Sometimes it's just by colors. It could be words that has to do with, where the story came from. Did it come from the customer? That would be considered a functional requirement. If it came from the team, that would be from the technical domain. I'm trying to write where from. It's not me, team, it's the mouse. Clearly, it's hard to do that. That's from, where from. Here it's got customer, tech. You could also have defect. You could maybe have risk. And then there's also going to be an X factor, which would be some kind of word probably like stable, erratic, incomplete, something like that, to so that the team is designating the user story in respect to the amount of uncertainty or risk that's associated with that user story. And because all of that's a part of the story, right? The story is going to be turned into working software. There may need to be some efforts to actually figure out how to actually do that user story. So that's the X factor. Over to the right here on the same chart, we have some comments about If you are using a software package, like Trello or Jira or something like that, the user story cards will generally be able to contain more information using, dynamic links and things like that. Could even include things like a responsible team member, or depending on how you're doing it, you would break the user story down into tasks, and you might have team members assigned to various tasks for the user story. Okay, so that's typically what a user story card is like. Sometimes they're cards, sometimes they're like on sticky notes, and they're put up on a Kanban board if you're using Kanban to track the project. If you have a story that is too large to be completed in a sprint, it's going to have to be subdivided, or we call it disaggregation, into smaller user stories. And there's 3 ways that we're proposing here that you could go about doing that. You could split it based on operational boundaries. For example, as an operator, one needs to manage reservations, which could be split. For example, there could be one portion that is that has to do with making a reservation, another one that has to do with modifying it, and yet another one that has to do with canceling it. So that could be split into, in this construct here, 3 separate user stories. You could also separate based on exceptions or cross-cutting concerns. For example, in the beginning, develop only one main path, like accept repayment for a loan. Then address exceptions, like what if a person overpays? Then come up with a user story that recognizes that and processes a refund, and or gives the option of allocating the overpayment to a future payment or something like that. And then also adds on other concerns like the check access restrictions or record name of operator. So maybe, when you're working on accepting payments or processing refunds, it's going to check on who the operator is, or track that, so that if at a later time, who was it that gave this refund here? Well, you could look and see, okay, the operator's name was recorded. Or maybe you put some restrictions so that maybe not everybody is allowed to do a refund. And so you would have levels of users that have different privileges. Okay, and then down at the bottom, split based on data boundaries. For an example, as an accountant, one needs to enter balance sheet information, which could then be split into summary information and separately receivable details, or maybe you could have AP, so you could have different portions of the overall balance sheet activities that need to be done. So enter AR, enter AP, etc. Make sense? So just to kind of prompt you, give you some ideas about what to do in a Scrum project if you have the scenario arise where a user story is being estimated by the team and it won't fit into a sprint. It's too big. Now, when it comes to determining value for user stories, this is primarily owned by the product owner, right? And it always comes back to money, but money, the value can be looked at from different points of view. So new revenue, obviously, getting new customers and having them buy stuff. Well, below that, there's another consideration, incremental revenue. So somebody's in the process of placing an order, maybe there are some premium features that could be add-ons at that point in time, or maybe added later on. So you have an existing customer who actually buys more of or enhanced parts of the existing thing they already purchased or are in the process of purchasing. Retained value. So this is retaining customers so that they don't go to a competitor. And then the bottom one is operational efficiency. You know, how could things be done to speed up the process of whatever it is, so that the cost of delivering the product is reduced. So this then leads us to a discussion about priorities, recognizing that there are some priority concerns that come from both the customer domain as well as the technical domain. And there are some prioritization models. If we look right here, there is value-based prioritization. And the hierarchy of that would be high value, followed by high risk, followed by high value. And then low risk, followed by low value, and then low risk. So, you know, we might have written this a little bit differently, but that's value-based prioritization. And this is primarily the product owner with maybe some input from the team, just simply deciding what he or she wants done most, listening to the team say, well, you know, there's some, you know, greater risks with this user story than that. And so you'd probably want to persuade the product owner to take care of high-risk stuff first. Because that would have an an impact on the future things that need to be done. There's the Gantt model, which looks at each of the user stories and classifies them as being mandatory, linear, or exciters. And the mandatory items are those user stories that are musts. And they'll never move the customer or the end user beyond neutral. It's if they're not there, it creates dissatisfaction. If the product owner and the team has done a good job in identifying what are the mandatory or threshold items, you would see that it just gets it to neutral. That's what's expected for the product. Linear items, user stories, are those user stories that as they are implemented progressively throughout the project and added to the feature set, it will linear increase customer satisfaction. And it can be, you know, in their absence, dissatisfaction, all the way up to high implementation, creating a great deal of satisfaction for the customer. And then the third category is exciters and delighters. And those are features or functions. Those are user stories that are not mandatory. And the absence of them will never result in satisfaction going below neutral. But by adding them, you could create excitement and delight for the customer. These would typically be things that are features that would be included in a premium version of the product, or maybe add-ons that are promoted, you know, at the point of sale. You know, have you thought about this because it'll really help you, or whatever. So that's the Gantt model. And then there's Wieger's relative weighting method. And this is all using numbers. So each feature is given a value for its benefit, and its penalty, given a value for penalty, meaning what's the pain if that feature or function is not included. And then there is the cost side and the risk side. And then those are all calculated together, and that results in, a ranking or a hierarchy, which gives you the priority for the user stories. We also talked about Moscow, didn't we? Did we talk about Moscow? Moscow is another prioritization model. Must, could, I said that differently. Must, should, could, won't. Moscow, M-S-C-W. Must, should, could, won't. And we talked about that one. Thank you for that confirmation. Does it seem like a long time ago, or is it just me? I know it was just last weekend, but it's like last year. Okay, so now let's talk about velocity. Priyanka, that is exactly right. So velocity is the capacity of the team to complete work in a single iteration. So the team has estimated the user stories for size or ideal days, and the sprints are going to be 3 weeks in duration. Obviously, not all user stories can be completed in a single sprint and be done with the project. Well, I guess maybe I shouldn't say obviously. When I'm saying that, I'm thinking, well, maybe you had a very small, short duration project, so you could. But the point is that it's the team's capacity to complete work in a given sprint. And it is an observation. It's not a prediction. So if we're working on sprint 5 and we're working on determining what our velocity is, then it would be the average of the previous 4 sprints. If there were any outliers, you would disregard those. And so it's an observation. If we look over to question or box number 2 here, velocity is used to deal with determining how many user stories we are going to include in a given sprint, and also how many sprints are we going to need to create a release or a set of user stories. And here's an example. In box number 3, a team completed 5 user stories that were sized 5, 3, 8, 13, and 2. 2 user stories, each sized 5, were left half complete. What is the velocity of the team? And the answer is either going to be 31 or 36. 31 is the sum of the completed user stories. If you were 36, you were claiming half of the 2 that were 5. So that would be a total of 10. So you claim half of it, which would be 5, would take you to 36. But it's not going to be 36 because the only thing that counts towards progress is working software. So even if the team had finished 9 out of 10 story points for a user story, meaning it's almost done, and then the sprint ends, that doesn't get counted towards velocity. And you don't mess around with velocity. You can mess around with your estimating, and you can mess around with what user stories are going to be completed in a sprint, but you don't. The velocity is not variable. It is what it is based on past performance. When it comes to levels of planning, we have what's called the planning onion. And let me walk you through this here. Up at the broadest area is the vision level. So the vision level, that's the suits, right? They're the ones that have the strategy and objectives for the company and where it's going. And so they have that overall big vision for the company, which is likely going to include products. And each product should have a roadmap. My example of that website that I'm working on has 3 versions which make up the product roadmap. Version 1 is the free site, version 2 is the membership site, and version 3 is the pay referral commissions version of the site. And the product roadmap is then supported by releases. So for my project, I have 3 releases. So all of the user stories needed for the free version are in release 1. All of the additional user stories that are needed for the paid version, the subscriber version, and then also for version 3, those are all releases, 3 releases. And then for each sprint, we will be pulling user stories from the release that we're working on. A release is likely going to take multiple sprints, And then the sprints are populated by the individual user stories, which are then disaggregated into tasks. And we do the daily scrum, which is the daily level of planning and coordination. So we call that the planning onion. We already kind of talked about the release and roadmap concept here. So let's just review this quickly. Prioritize high-level epics and determine goals and releases. So we'll use epics and themes in order to group things together. You know, what should be included in what's released. So what are the goals for the releases? Then the first bullet point, establish goals of release based on market demand, regulatory needs, or customer expectations. For each release, you want to estimate the target stories. Repeat until the target stories are assigned an iteration length. It's blending some things here. Be able to estimate velocity and then assign stories to the sprints. So we keep estimating the user stories and we keep organizing that until we can do that. We can come up with an iteration length, a sprint length, and then figure out what our velocity for each sprint is, and then assign stories to the sprints. The next bullet down, iterate until the user stories and release date meets conditions of satisfaction. So that's definition of done or acceptance for the release. And try not to pack too much into a release backlog. So just like you would not want to pack too many user stories into a sprint. You want to have the timelines appropriate and what are included in the events make sense. Okay, so here's a bit more about release planning on this slide here. You've got the product backlog here on the left, and then we might come up with a release plan, which could be flipped and could be looked at horizontally. And you probably plan about 3 releases in advance, or at least you're doing more of the detailed planning on that. Because things are going to emerge when we do, sprint 1 that's going to help in sprint 2, and things that happen in sprints 1 and 2 that are going to help release 3. And then you've got, your subsequent releases where we're just doing very high-level planning. It's called rolling wave planning, where we do detailed planning for things in the future in tandem with doing high-level planning for things in the future. Did I say that right? Detailed planning for things in the near term in tandem with high-level planning for things in the future. And we talked about deciding as late as possible, I believe, meaning that it's better to actually plan the later releases for purposes of making sure we have more information, the most information available. Okay, so estimation. Let's start at the top left. The principles behind estimation. Understand the cone of uncertainty, which is an estimate or best guess to begin with and then progressively becomes more accurate. In fact, let's just take a break and look at the cone of uncertainty. So at the very beginning of a project, there's going to be a high level of uncertainty. If I were to draw this chart, I would make it a little bit more like this. So clearly, you're going to de-risk the project as early as you can, and then eventually all risk disappears when the project is done. Risk is uncertainty. Okay, below that, the only estimate that matters is the one given by the team. Supported by this comment here, nothing is impossible for the one who doesn't have to do it. So the product owner is like, team, come on, you can do this. The team's like, no, we know what our velocity is. No, the product owner says, I'm telling you, there's no way that that can't be done. I know you can do it. I trust you. I believe in you. But the product owner doesn't have to do the work. Okay, top right, overestimation and underestimation is always going to be an issue that we deal with. It's more likely that we will underestimate than overestimate. And by looking at our velocity from iteration or sprint to sprint, there could be some information that is showing us that we're underestimating, for example, meaning we're thinking the user stories are smaller than they are, and that we can get, a certain number done in a sprint, and then there's a fail. Well, that would mean then that would be discussed during the retrospective, and then we would do something different going forward, which might include doing some re-estimating. Scrum estimating is not necessarily more difficult. However, Scrum exposes bad estimates sooner, which is a good thing. When we were doing our planning poker, you could see that the first time as a team, we didn't know each other. We didn't know everybody's thoughts and concerns. And those kinds of things, get shared and absorbed as a project goes on. And so there's a higher awareness of that. So what we would say is that using estimation techniques, Scrum estimation techniques, might be more inaccurate at the beginning of a project, but they will quickly become very accurate as the project advances forward. Let's see, there's a question here. Can velocity be increased over a period of time for the project? Yes, it can. Now, it's not that it will increase if the team is learning how to work together better and better. You would expect that, if I can just use my mouse here, if we were tracking velocity, so this would be points completed over here. Let me just do PTS for points. And down here is time. And we go from sprint to sprint, right? You would expect that maybe, the first couple of sprints, the team would be learning how to work together, and there would be a steep curve, and then it would kind of flatten out and maybe have, a slow rise going forward as the team emerges as a high-performing team. They get better at their cross-functional behavior. Somebody's sick, the team just keeps chugging along. Other things, oh, sorry. There, I had bumped a thing on my screen there. So the team, learns how to work better together, and their estimates become more accurate, etc. And you would expect a high-performing team to have a result like this for velocity, where there's quick improvement, and then it kind of stabilizes and then begins to tick upwards. Okay, we talked about the cone of uncertainty. Let's talk about ideal time. When we do estimating for user stories, we do it in ideal days. When we do estimating for tasks, we do it in ideal time, which means hours. I think that's on the whiteboard, or it was on the whiteboard. Oh, it was on it. So ideal time is the amount of time it takes to complete a piece of work. But that's based on the notion that the team member or members are available to do just the work with no distractions or anything at all. So assuming that Priyanka could sit down at a keyboard and code for 8 hours without taking a break for lunch, no phone calls, no discussions, no meetings of any kind, just work 8 hours, how much could be done in that 8 hours by Priyanka? That's what ideal time is. But the thing of it is that there is no such thing as somebody being able to spend every minute of every day only doing work. There will be distractions. So it has to be converted into elapsed time. Now, we don't convert it to elapsed time at the user story level, but we do convert it to elapsed time when we are dealing at the task level. And what that looks like is, you know, for each team member, you're going to have to do it separately because some team members have more distractions than others. Some might have other duties that pull them away. Whatever the case may be, you determine how much time in a given day a team member is available to do work. So say it's 5 hours out of 8 for one. Maybe it's 6 hours out of 8 for another. Maybe it's 4 out of 8, but you figure out what it is, and then you take the average, and that average availability is used then to convert ideal time into elapsed time. I should have circled this box here because we talked about this as well. And then I already mentioned this here, only considers actual work time, not the distractions. So that's the concept of ideal time. When it comes to story points, it's different than that. They are a measure of size relative to each other. So we were doing planning poker this morning where we were looking at grapes versus apples, and then we were looking at oranges and what else do we have? Watermelons and coconuts. And we weren't trying to figure out how much time it would take to eat grapes as opposed to how much time it would take to eat a coconut. It's clear that it's going to take longer to eat a coconut because there's more effort involved. So we have a sense that it's going to take more time. But comparing the coconut to our baseline of 2, right? We came up with a baseline of 2 for the smallest user story. We compare eating coconuts to that baseline and we say, okay, you know what? It's going to take more effort to eat the coconut than it is to eat grapes or apples. So you can do it like we did. You can also triangulate. For example, when we did our planning project this morning, or this morning for me rather, at the beginning. Oh, that's not it. That is the daily stand-up. Here it is. If I had said, team, I want you to pick a small user story, a medium user story, and a large user story. And then we would then compare other stories to those 3, and so we would kind of triangulate on it. Let's say that we did, 2 was small. I'm sorry, I'm saying that wrong. Grapes was small, apples were medium, and coconuts were large. Well, if we then looked at orange and we said, well, you know, orange is smaller than apples but bigger than grapes. So we would know this would fit in between grapes and apples. And so let's say, you know, we had apples at 5 and grapes at 2, then we would say an orange is probably going to be 3. And the values, you know, now I used, in our example, the modified Fibonacci series. What we do in Scrum and Agile, if we're using story points, we're going to use a nonlinear scale for the values. So down at the bottom here, there's the modified Fibonacci sequence. The way the Fibonacci sequence works, by the way, it's the value is the sum of the 2 on the right. So let me break this right here because this is a modified Fibonacci. So 13 is 5 plus 8. 8 is 3 plus 5. 5 is 2 plus 3, and 3 is 1 plus 2. If we were doing the real Fibonacci series, this wouldn't be 20. It would be 13 plus 8, which would be 21. I don't know why some use modified Fibonacci and others not, but that's just kind of a common thing to do. If you're doing planning poker, you give everybody 7 cards, 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 13, and 20. Another nonlinear scale is doubling, 1, 2, 4, 8, 16. You typically don't go too far to the left with the values because that either means that you're being too granular or you've got stories that are probably too big and they need to be disaggregated. Now, somebody just chatted here. should some buffer time be included in the actual estimates? Let me answer that question first by going back to ideal time, and then I'm going to come back to story points and answer the question. When we're estimating in ideal time, we don't add a special amount of time that we would call a buffer. We just allow for the distractions and the interruptions, which could look like a buffer, right? You're saying, Priyanka, if based on your duties in the organization and our workday of 8 hours, you're typically available to be doing your project work 5 out of those 8 hours. So when we are converting ideal time to elapsed time, we will be building in extra time based on distractions and interruptions. We would not call it a buffer, but that's essentially what we're doing. Now, when it comes to user stories that we're using story points, it is different. The points are for the entire amount of the work. And why might we need to have some extra time for a user story? Well, it's likely going to be driven by uncertainty. There might be other things that impact it, but that's the main thing. Sorry, team. So when the team is estimating the size of the user story, they will be including in their discussion and estimates any extra time or buffer time that would be needed for that user story to be completed. So do we accommodate uncertainty when we're using story points? Yes, we're looking at the X factor, and if we've got an unstable user story, then we're probably going to say, this is going to be a bigger user story than one that's similar but has a much lesser level of uncertainty. So that's the story points. Let's compare the two. Ideal time uses things like hours and days, which is easier to explain outside the team, right? The suits like things in days and hours. Everybody's estimate may be different, not a bad thing. It's easier to do at the beginning because we're oriented to think about time. And it does kind of shine a light on wasted time. Story points are harder to explain outside the team. The suit says, well, how long is it going to take to do user story 301? And our answer is, well, that's a 10 user story point user story. And the suit's saying, what does that mean? Tell me how long it's going to take. So the suits have to be converted to story points. Now, here's the thing. It's a lot easier to get consensus when we're estimating in story points. And once we get good at it, it's going to be much faster. We have to remember it's not comparable across teams. So, a team working together will have its own kind of system for sizing the stories, and another team that might even be working on the same project will have a whole different scheme. And so if the velocity of one team is 25 and the velocity of another is 50, it doesn't mean that the team with the velocity of 50 is able to do more work than the teams whose velocity is 25. And we did, when we got our day going, we started with a planning poker exercise. And so, we used all of the team members. So we selected the team. The product owner was there to answer any questions. The team discussed each of the story cards and then decided what their vote was going to be. And then everybody voted at once. If there were outliers, they were discussed. And the reasons for that, those variances, those outliers, were then part of the discussion. And then we did another round of voting. And we would keep doing that until we had our estimates converge or we reached consensus on them. Okay, so advantages of planning poker: it's fun, it's quick, it gets the whole team involved, the team understands a little bit about all of the stories, everybody contributes his or her expertise, and the discussion during the estimation provides clarity in the direction approach and even a bit of design. If we were in the same room team and we were doing a planning poker activity like we did at the beginning of our day together, we would be able to, model it a little bit better. Or if we tried to unmute everybody, but you could hear the background noise. I've tried doing it, it doesn't really work. But you get the idea that if the team's discussing and things like that, you would actually get to the point where your estimates would converge and the team would say, okay, this user story size is, whatever it is. Okay, so we need to wrap things up for the day. So we are ending right here. And that means tomorrow when we get together, we're going to be doing slide 20, or starting with that, which is affinity estimating. And let's see, affinity estimating, we go through that. We're going to talk about tracking progress using information radiators. And then we're going to talk about what we do when we find variances between the plan and the actual results, and then we'll have our quiz. Now let's talk about the values of Scrum. Now this is different than pillars. This is values. So there are 5 values for that, and this is something that I want you to memorize. So I'm going to switch my cameras here and go to the whiteboard, and we're going to add to our list oh, wrong color. You can tell I'm a project manager because that would bother me. So the 5 values of Scrum, and there's an acronym. You can see that on the screen, right? C-Force. Okay, so 5 values of Scrum. And C, F-O-R-C. And you kind of know my style here. You don't have to do it this way, whatever works for you, but have some kind of a strategy for memorizing things. It will probably serve you well. So the first C is commitment. The next one, there are 4. F is focus. O is openness. Is that 2 N's or 1? I don't know. Openness. We'll blame it on the marker if it's not right. R is for respect. And the last C is courage. And so there's your little chart right there. And let me just briefly go over these. None of these will be a big surprise here. We've talked about some of them already in one context or another. For commitment, that means the team is going to commit to deliver value to the customer. They're on board, there's the buy-in, all of that's there. Focus, the team is going to focus on the few important things at a time. So we're going to do time boxing. We're not going to do things broadly, specifically focus on a few things at a time. O is openness. That's analogous to the T, transparency, and the pillars, meaning we're going to be completely open in sharing information about the project, our own opinions, our fears, our concerns, etc. R stands for respect, and that's kind of a 360 view. We respect ourselves, we respect others, we respect the concepts that we are using as part of Scrum, and we respect the other stakeholders as well, 360. And the last C stands for courage, and that's the courage to make commitments even when we're in an uncertain environment. Courage to deal with fear that comes from a failure, courage to share disagreements openly yet respectfully, courage to participate in debating technical approaches, etc. Okay, so now let's go to the Scrum lifecycle chart, and what I want to do is I want to elaborate on this just a little bit. And I'm going to try and use my mouse to do some additions to this. First of all, we have the product backlog. The product backlog has to be kept current, and we call that grooming. Grooming is adding user stories and removing user stories from the product backlog. Product backlog is the scope of the project. The product owner owns that. The team assists in that effort. Related to grooming is pruning. Pruning the backlog is prioritizing and reprioritizing. So the product backlog is pruned and groomed regularly throughout the course of the project. Now, there is a meeting that takes place right here, which is called the Sprint Planning Meeting. Can I just do SP here? Sprint Planning Meeting. Okay, that is one of the ceremonies or events that takes place in Scrum. In the Sprint Planning Meeting, it is a time-boxed event, and it is time-boxed to 2 hours for each week of the sprint. So in our example here, we have a 30-day sprint. So if we have a 4-week sprint, then our sprint planning meeting will be 8 hours in duration. And two things happen during the sprint planning meeting. The user stories that are going to be included in the sprint are selected, right? They're put into the sprint backlog, which is a subset of the product backlog containing the user stories that are going to be completed during the sprint. And the second thing that happens during the sprint planning meeting is the selected user stories are then disaggregated into tasks and estimated. Once that's done, then the work of the sprint begins. There will be a daily scrum like we did at the beginning of our workday together as our team. And then at the end of the work of the sprint, there will be the sprint review. The sprint review meeting or ceremony is also time-boxed, and it is time-boxed to 1 hour for each week of the sprint. So if we're doing a 4-week sprint, the sprint review meeting would be 4 hours in length. The primary purpose of the review is to showcase and demo the software and get feedback from relevant stakeholders and allow the product owner to say, I accept or I reject the work that has been done. Then, after that is the sprint retrospective. Now, this is where the team asks and answers 3 questions. What went well, what did not go well, and what are we going to do different going forward regarding the previous sprint that was just completed and the ones that is just coming up. And then the sprint itself will result in working software or value for the customer. And then, of course, everything goes back and repeats for as many sprints as necessary to complete the scope of the project. Let's see. I see a chat here. How similar or different is the product backlog to SRS, Software Requirement Specs document, which is widely used in projects? It's different. And if you will hang on to that question, we're going to have a discussion later on about user stories, and that will help you understand the differences. And we'll get into the user stories that come from the customer and user stories that come from the tech domain, and that will help answer your question. So you okay hanging on to that? Okay, great. Thanks. Okay, so a little bit more detailed view of the Scrum project lifecycle. Now let's talk about a couple other things here. When it comes to a sprint, there are some things that affect the duration of the sprint. So the team is going to have to decide how long each of the sprints are going to be, and things that are a factor include the stability of the product backlog. If the product backlog is changing a great deal, then that's going to argue for shorter durations. Because there's a high level of uncertainty, and so you have a greater amount of control on your project if you have shorter sprints. Now, on the other hand, another factor is the cost of iterating. Every time we do a sprint, there are costs associated with the sprint planning meeting, the sprint review, the sprint retrospective, right? People show up to those meetings, you got to pay them, and excuse me. So there is an overhead cost to actually doing sprints. The goal of the sprint is working software. At the end product should be near releasable or potentially shippable. Now, there might be working software that the product owner isn't going to want to release, maybe because it, as a standalone component of working software for the system, doesn't create any value or any usability for end users, and maybe you wait till the end of a release before you release everything. But the idea is it's working software, and it could be released if the customer wanted to do that. Sorry, I just dropped something. I see a question there. I will circle back to your question in just a sec. The sprint duration and deliverables do not change once the team has committed. This is another one of those things that has to be viewed as absolute when we're doing Scrum. So if we say that we're going to do a 2-week sprint and we select 5 user stories based on our velocity or capacity, once that decision has been made, the duration of the sprint does not change, and we do not add or remove any user stories. Now, it could be possible for the product owner to cancel a sprint, but that would be extreme. That would be because there is such a major change to the product backlog that the work of the current sprint is going to be completely irrelevant. You don't change the sprint, you cancel the sprint. And then the bottom one here, the sprint begins with planning and ends with review and a retrospective. And there was a question here, are there any issues with combining the retrospective and the planning ceremonies? And the answer to that is yes. Now, could they be combined depending on the environment? The answer is yes. And the way we would arrive at whether or not it would make sense is who's going to be participating. But they would be separate agendas. So the agenda for the retrospective is what went well, what did not go well, what are we going to do different? And the mandatory participants for that meeting are the team, the Scrum team. Is the Scrum Master going to be there, likely as a facilitator? Is the product owner going to be there? Maybe, maybe not. If the product owner is there, the product owner could maybe answer questions and help clarify. But the product owner does not weigh in on what went well, what did not go well, and what are we going to do differently. That is all owned by the team. In the planning meeting, the product owner has to be there, and the product owner is the main driver of that meeting. The product owner is talking about or dealing with the priority of the user stories. The team's weighing in. Maybe there's some dependencies that need to be considered, but the product owner has to make the hard decisions with regards to what's going to be done in the next sprint based on the constraints from the team, like velocity and technology and sequencing and things like that. So I kind of answered that from a real-world point of view. Yes, it could be. It's not desirable. On the test, they are completely separate. Did I get you there? I'll keep my eye on the chat box, make sure I got that answered well enough for you, and let's move ahead. Okay, the sprint planning meeting. This is looking right down here. This is conducted at the beginning of a new sprint. It's attended by the team, the product owner, and the Scrum Master. And there are two approaches to deciding what's going to be included in the sprint. It can be based on commitment, and it can also be based on velocity. And the goal here is to get team buy-in, make sure that there is clarity between the team and the product owner as to what the definition of done looks like for the user stories that are going to be included in the sprint. And of course, it should be realistic and achievable. And there can be a little bit of an issue where you've got a well-meaning product owner that's driving really hard, and the team says we can do these sprints, and the product owner is saying, no, come on, you got to do at least one more. I got to have this one in this sprint. You could get a question like that, and it might be, what would the Scrum Master do if you had a dominant product owner that's trying to persuade the team to do more than the team thinks it can do? And that's where the Scrum Master comes in. The Scrum Master plays the role of the mentor, the coach, and assisting in the resolution of those kinds of issues without deciding. The Scrum Master is not a decider. The team decides when it comes to how, and the product owner decides when it comes to what. Okay, the Scrum meeting, daily Scrum, we've talked about it, right? The entire team attends the meeting. Could the product owner be there? Yes. Does the product owner need to be there? No. Sometimes the product owner can be, an impediment to the meeting, but would be welcome. But if the product owner started asking questions or became the focus of questions being asked, the Scrum Master would have to help facilitate a change, because that would not be effective for the daily Scrum. Duration, 15 minutes. We talked about that. And the agenda. What did I do yesterday? What am I going to do today? And what are my impediments? The sprint review. Now, who attends? It's going to be the team, the product owner, the Scrum Master, and potentially others. So optionally, others, that we would want to get feedback from would be end users, operations folks, the suits. All of those would be welcome depending on the relevance of the software that's being demoed and being subject to the acceptance testing and the product owner, giving the thumbs up or the thumbs down when it comes to acceptance. The duration for this, we mentioned this before, it's not just a flat 2 hours, it's 1 hour per week. So if you did a 4-week sprint, you would plan on the review being a maximum of 4 hours in duration. The agenda is to demo the completed software, get feedback, and then see where we are when it comes to the release plan. The retrospective, who is there? It's attended by the team. And I would modify this slightly, and I would say this is the mandatory group that needs to be there. Optionally, the Scrum Master would be there. Potentially, you could have an external facilitator. The role of the Scrum Master would be the facilitator. Now, a good Scrum Master, being a facilitator in a retrospective, would have some knowledge of control charts, the 5 whys, Ishikawa diagrams, things like that. And although the Scrum Master would not be participating in the actual use of the tools, the Scrum Master would be facilitating the effective use of those tools. When it comes to duration, the rule is 45 minutes for each week. Ooh, that was a good 4. That was kind of a lousy 5. So if you had a 2-week sprint, then you would have an hour and a half retrospective max. And what's the purpose? There's the agenda for the retrospective, 3 questions. What worked well? What did not go well? What are we going to do different? And it's not just a chat session. Well, that would be part of it. You will use tools and techniques, like some that I mentioned, control charts, Ishikawa diagrams, 5 whys. There's a number of things that you might use in order to surface assignable causes for issues so that we could then come up with a resolution to those. This is where continuous improvement is going to happen. Continuous improvement is the result of other things, but this is the main thing. And if you were to get a question about the relevance or the necessity of retrospectives, there is no equivocation. You do a retrospective after every sprint. If you don't do a then there's no improvement. Things just stay static. Okay, so we talked about the 4 main ceremonies, right, in a Scrum project. Sprint planning, you with me? Daily stand-up, the sprint review, and then the sprint retrospective. All considered mandatory for effectively doing Scrum. And not doing them or one of them would be considered a fail. Okay, artifacts that we use when it comes to Scrum. We've talked about the product backlog. We talked about the sprint backlog. There's also a release backlog. Depending on the size of the project, it might be advisable to group user stories into releases. If you have a product roadmap, your releases would line up for that. For example, I've got a real-life project that I'm working on, and my product roadmap is got 3 versions. It's a website. The first version is free. The second version includes a membership component, and the third version includes a referral commission portion to it. And so I will then do 3 releases. I'll have all the user stories that will result in version 1, all the user stories that result in version 2. So that's what the release backlog is. And so if you look at it in sequence, the product backlog is the overall scope of the project. The release backlog is a subset of the product backlog, and then the sprint backlog would be a subset of the release backlog. The product backlog might look something like this. It's a list of user stories that are written by the product owner and are going to be developed by the team members. And we had a product backlog for the thing that we did this morning, right? So here's another example of a product backlog. This is more of a list. It just has the title. There would be a user story card for each of the items in the product backlog. But the idea would be it would be prioritized. There could be user stories that are added or removed depending on what the product owner wants. Product owner owns the product backlog. That's a given. Does the product owner create all the user stories for the product backlog in isolation? No, absolutely not, because there are technical considerations that the product owner might not even consider. The product owner's perspective is more the customer side, the end user side, and so the product owner might not even think of things like security or architecture-related things, and there might even be user stories that come from the technical domain that need to be developed before some of the product owner's user stories. Another artifact is the definition of done. The definition of done is primarily a checklist. And this is what forms the agreement between the product owner and the team as to when we consider something completely done. And if we look down here, it's I'm looking for my cursor. It says here, it's usually prepared by the Scrum Master in consultation with the team. That is, I would modify this slightly. The definition of done is really driven by the team. The Scrum Master is never a decision maker. If you have a Scrum Master that's saying we have to have this in the definition of done, then that's an infringement on the empowerment of the team. I agree that the Scrum Master is a part of the effort to develop the definition of done, but I would kind of flip that. The Scrum Master is the facilitator. It's the team that still owns that. So now, is the product owner involved in this? Absolutely, because the product owner is involved in defining the story and what a fully implemented story looks like. So here's a list, a short list of what a definition of done could look like. The story has been fully implemented or the code completed as described. Automated unit tests have been developed with at least 80% code coverage. It could be more than that. This is just an example. Automated unit tests and acceptance tests of the story are passing. No severity, has 1 or 2 defects. And then high priority test cases have been automated and added to the regression suite. The definition of done, we point out, is likely to evolve as the team's maturity increases as the project advances.
There are 3 distinct roles in Scrum: the Scrum Master, the Product Owner, and the Development Team. The Scrum Master assists both the Development Team and the Product Owner. The Scrum Master works with the Product Owner to maximize return on investment. The Scrum Master empowers the development team by fostering creativity, removing impediments, and coaching and mentoring as appropriate. The product owner is responsible for project success by defining the project vision, requirements, and priorities. The product owner has to resist the temptation to manage the team or add more important work after a sprint has begun. The product owner has to be willing to make the hard choices during sprint planning. The development team is comprised of 5 to 9 members with a mix of roles and has the autonomy to self-organize and choose how best to meet the goals of the product owner and is responsible for the same. A Scrum Master is a skilled servant leader. A Scrum Master has very little formal authority. However, he or she is expected to assist the team achieve the intended outcomes without interfering with the team's autonomy. The Scrum Master facilitates the Scrum ceremonies such as sprint planning, daily stand-up, sprint review, and sprint retrospective. The Scrum Master removes obstacles or impediments faced by the team. The Scrum Master is also a process coach and mentor. The Scrum Master must not be a line manager of the team. The Scrum Master is not to be a taskmaster either. The Scrum Master is not a technical or design authority, nor is he or she a decision maker for the team. Throughout the course of the project, the Scrum Master must not do anything to rob the team of its empowerment and ability to self-organize. Let's talk about the attributes of a Scrum Master. Scrum Masters need to exhibit responsibility. Even though they are not solely accountable for the team's output, they will consider it their responsibility to remove anything that impacts the team's productivity. They will try to enable the team to do the best that it can. They are humble. They will work in the background and let the team take all the glory. They will use we statements and seldom use any I statements. They are able to set aside their ego and shower all their attention on the team. They are by nature collaborative. They will encourage the team to have conversations among each other and with other stakeholders outside the team. They will nudge all the right people into getting involved and work together in trying to solve problems. They are committed to the team cause. Even if being a Scrum Master is a part-time task for them, they will give the highest priority to the team's needs. Hence, the Scrum Master's work allocation, especially if they are part-time, needs to take this into consideration. They are able to influence. They are naturally good communicators and able to convince others to adopt different approaches. They apply various techniques to mobilize organizational resources when required, walk the political tightrope when required, and in general do whatever it takes to get the team the assistance it needs. They are knowledgeable. It is clear that as process coaches for the team, Scrum Masters need to be experts in the method. They may not be the technical or domain experts. However, they are knowledgeable enough to be able to have productive conversations about the project being done by the team. Tasks for the Scrum Master. The Scrum Master is a crucial role, and it is important for you to be able to be clear about exactly how the Scrum Master serves the team. Scrum Masters are servant leaders. This means that they put the team before themselves and assist the team. For example, they set up and ensure that the Scrum ceremonies are effectively carried out. They ensure that there is smooth flow of information within and outside the team, and that there is a spirit of collaboration in decision-making and problem-solving. Scrum Masters must make it their mission to resolve issues that hinder team progress. It doesn't matter what the nature of the issue is, a Scrum Master needs to mobilize the right resources within the organization to resolve those issues in a timely manner and escalate promptly if that does not happen. We need to understand that in the short duration of a sprint, even a few hours of being stuck can make the difference between a successful and unsuccessful sprint. Scrum Masters protect the team. They ensure that the team is not disturbed or asked to deviate from their commitments. If pressure mounts due to unreasonable expectations, they will step in and push back on the team's behalf. They will also play the role of peacemaker when conflict arises by encouraging the parties to focus on the issue, discuss the issue with an open mind, and resolve the conflict. Finally, Scrum Masters are the process coaches of the team. They use their understanding of Agile methods, and Scrum in particular, to guide the team through the do's and don'ts of Scrum. They ensure that the team stays true to the principles of Agile development. Scrum Master roles, Scrum teams. Before we discuss the role of a developer on a Scrum team, let's talk about the desirable characteristics of Scrum teams. They should be small and nimble. Team size should be no less than 3 and no more than 9. So that would be 6 plus or minus 3. Exceptions are possible, but uncommon. The small attribute makes the team nimble and improves productivity. It avoids the phenomenon Mike Cohn calls social loafing, and instead produces focus on work. The team size should be just large enough that the team members are able to produce and showcase a significant increment of work at the end of each sprint after sprint. Self-sufficient and cross-functional. For example, if a team needs user interface development skills, database expertise, and service expertise, all of those skills must be present on the team. Ideally, team members are generalizing specialists. Team members should not only be an expert or a specialist at one aspect of the development effort, but should also have enough skills and knowledge to fill in other roles as necessary. For example, if you are a UI developer, you should be able to don the hat of a services developer if needed. If a large team is to be split up into smaller Scrum teams, Scrum favors feature teams over component teams. Autonomous and self-organizing. teams choose for themselves how they are going to organize and meet the goals of the product owner. No one gets to dictate to the team how to get their work done. The team decides, in collaboration with the product owner, the project direction, and the pros and cons of different approaches. Let's talk about some key decision points or factors to consider when assembling Scrum teams. Feature teams over component teams. The first issue is whether it's best to align team members based on features or components. Scrum favors feature teams over component teams. For example, it's best to avoid putting all of the UI developers together and all of the API or services developers together. Why? Because each feature or user story will require both the UI and services or API. Organizing based on components will reduce the incentive to collaborate. The only reason component teams may be justified would be if the components are likely to be used by multiple other teams. Assemble the right people. It's important to get the right mix of people together for the team, the right level of technical and domain expertise. Teams will naturally have both senior and junior level developers. This works perfectly, as there will be stuff that is more appropriate for the junior developers and stuff that is not. Also, one of the risks of a small team is that the team may miss out on broader perspective and dissenting views. One way to work around this is to deliberately favor diversity in all aspects: gender, ethnicity, personality traits, etc. It may take some time for the team to advance through the storming stage of team development and develop the trust necessary to work effectively together, but it can be done. Once a team has been formed, it's best to preserve and assign whole teams rather than individuals to projects. It's best to avoid assigning team members to multiple projects at the same time. Distributed team. A distributed team may be unavoidable. Those based at the same geographical location should be co-located in the same team room. And technology, processes, and ground rules should be put in place to overcome the disadvantages of all team members not being co-located. Plotting team size and productivity will likely result in an S-curve. You can see here that a team can actually be too small or too large. Remember, the sweet spot is 6 plus or minus 3. Think of Scrum as a lightweight framework that utilizes principles and practices that assist teams in delivering working software in short cycles to the customer, enabling rapid feedback, continuous improvement, and quick response to change. It promotes delivering value, as in working software to the customer, in an incremental and iterative way. It is not a process or technique for developing software. Rather, it is a framework within which various processes, techniques, and practices are employed. In Scrum, the iterations that deliver working software to the customer are called sprints. In each iteration, or sprint, results in potentially shippable software. This slide is a graphical representation of an Agile project using Scrum. Starting at the left, you can see that the product owner owns the product backlog and, in collaboration with the team, develops the user stories or requirements for the project. The product backlog is prioritized, with the higher priority items occupying the top of the product backlog. In collaboration with the product owner, the team decides how to group the user stories into releases based on the product roadmap. Once the release planning has been completed, the user stories are then selected for a sprint. The duration of the sprint is going to be 2 to 4 weeks. Once the sprint backlog has been determined, the team then disaggregates each user story into tasks. During each sprint, the user stories are developed. As the code is written, it is integrated into the system, and daily scrums are held. At the end of a sprint, there is a sprint review where the working software is demonstrated and presented to the customer for acceptance. The team then conducts a sprint retrospective. During the retrospective, the team looks at primarily three things: what went well, what did not go well, and what should be done differently going forward. The team's velocity is then updated, as are the information radiators, which transparently display the status and progress of the project, and then the cycle repeats itself until the project is complete. A sprint is an iteration in Scrum. At the beginning of a project, the Scrum team determines the duration of sprints for the project. Most sprints are going to be 2 to 4 weeks in duration. Factors affecting sprint duration include the stability of the product backlog. Once a sprint has begun, the duration is never changed, nor are any user stories added or removed. Therefore, if many changes are expected, a shorter sprint duration would be best. However, if the product backlog is relatively stable, a longer sprint duration may be appropriate. Overhead. There are overhead costs associated with each sprint. For example, every sprint is going to have a sprint planning meeting, a sprint review, and a sprint retrospective. If a team has been able to lower these overhead costs by automated testing, continuous integration, etc., these costs can be absorbed more easily, making shorter sprints more desirable. However, if these overhead costs remain high, the team may need to use longer duration sprints. A team may be tempted to extend the duration of sprints in an effort to hide their inefficiencies. Remember, Agile projects favor shorter duration sprints, and it is the Scrum Master's responsibility to coach and mentor the team so it can reduce waste, irregularities, and overuse and make the sprint shorter. The goal of a sprint is to deliver working software. At the conclusion of each sprint, the team should be able to deliver near-releasable or potentially shippable software. This is not easy, especially for an existing product with a lot of legacy features, but it can be done with the right technical practices and mature development processes. Once the sprint duration has been determined and the user stories for the sprint have been selected, the duration of the sprint cannot be altered, nor can any user stories be added or removed. The sprint will end at the appointed time, irrespective of whether the team has met the sprint goals or not. This allows for effective continuous improvement. If the team is unable to deliver the working software as planned, the team will have to figure out why that happened and then make changes to improve going forward. The product owner may choose to cancel or terminate a sprint in specific situations. For example, a significant change in priorities or a mid-course correction may render the current sprint backlog invalid. Given that we are only talking about a couple of weeks of work, the cancellation of a sprint would be an extremely rare event. A sprint will begin with a sprint planning meeting and end with a sprint review and retrospective. There are 3 backlogs used in Scrum: the product backlog, the release backlog, and the sprint backlog. The product backlog is the master container of all the user stories for the project. The product backlog is continually pruned or prioritized so that maximum value is delivered to the customer. The release backlog is a subset of the product backlog. Releases support the product roadmap, and each release is populated with user stories necessary for that release. The sprint backlog is a subset of the release backlog and contains the user stories to be developed in the sprint. As we said, the product backlog contains the user stories for the entire project, and it is the responsibility of the product owner. User stories are features, functions, or requirements that deliver value to the customer. However, the product backlog will also have to contain technical or non-functional user stories necessary for the system to work properly. The product backlog may also include risk or defect-related user stories. The product owner is responsible for keeping the product backlog current and up to date. This is accomplished by pruning the backlog, which is prioritizing and reprioritizing. The product backlog must also be continually groomed. This is the process of adding and removing user stories based on the needs and desires of the customer. There are 4 Scrum ceremonies: the sprint planning meeting, the daily Scrum, the sprint review, and the sprint retrospective. Let's take a detailed look at each of these ceremonies. The sprint planning meeting is time-boxed at 2 hours for each week of the sprint. If the sprint is going to be 2 weeks in duration, then the time box will be 4 hours. If the sprint is going to be 4 weeks in duration, then the time box for the sprint planning meeting will be 8 hours. It should be attended by the complete Scrum team, including all roles. The most important aspects of this meeting are the team's capacity and the definition of done. There are 2 approaches to selecting user stories for a sprint. One is based on the velocity of the team, the other is commitment driven. Team buy-in is critical, and the goals of the sprint should be clearly understood, and the desired outcomes should be clearly articulated with the definition of done. Then there's the daily scrum. The time box for the daily scrum is 15 minutes, regardless of the duration of the sprint length. The entire scrum team, including all roles, should attend the daily scrum. Each development team member individually answers 3 questions. What did I do yesterday? What am I going to do today? And what are my impediments? This is how the team members coordinate their work, and the Scrum Master learns of the impediments he or she should be taking care of. The sprint review takes place at the end of the sprint and is time-boxed at 1 hour for each week of the sprint. So if the sprint were 4 weeks in duration, the sprint review meeting would be 4 hours. It should be attended by the complete Scrum team, including all roles, plus any other stakeholders who are interested in project success. The purpose of the review is to demonstrate working software and obtain and assess feedback. Feedback may range from full acceptance of the completed software to complete rejection. The sprint retrospective takes place after the conclusion of the sprint review and is time-boxed at 45 minutes for each week of the sprint. So if the sprint has 2 weeks in duration, then the retrospective would be 1.5 hours in length. It should be attended by the complete Scrum team, including all roles. However, the product owner's attendance is considered optional. During the retrospective, the team answers 4 questions. What worked well? What did not work well? What should be done differently? And what still puzzles us? One or several problem detection techniques may be used in the retrospectives, and this ceremony is a vital part of continuous improvement. At the conclusion of the retrospective, the team's velocity and the project's information radiators are updated. Then the next sprint planning meeting takes place, and this cycle continues until the project is complete. The definition of done is an important artifact for a Scrum team. It is the primary reporting mechanism for team members, and there may be a different definition of done at various levels. Definition of done for a feature or user story. The definition of done for a sprint, and the definition of done for a release. It's really just a checklist of activities that add verifiable and demonstrable value to the product. It's created by the Scrum Master in consultation with the team. A sample list of the items for the definition of done criteria is given here. The story is fully implemented or code completed as described. Automated unit tests have been developed with at least 80% code coverage. Automated unit tests and acceptance tests in the story are passing. High priority test cases have been automated and added to the regression suite. Note, this is only meant to be an example. Each team's definition of done will vary slightly depending on the maturity of the team and the specific situation of the team.
The product team has taken up a new project called Weathermaster. The team is planning to move to Scrum methodology, and this is an outline of its first Scrum meeting. Time boxed to 15 minutes, Rick is the Scrum Master of this meeting, where the team members discuss what they did yesterday, their plans for today, and the impediments they faced. All team members are standing up, including Todd, who's joined the meeting via video chat. Rick holds the meeting near a Scrum board. Angela, the product owner, is absent. Rick reiterates that all discussions would be parked until after the Scrum meeting and encourages his team to keep the meeting short. People can chime in to resolve obstacles.
Hi team, welcome to the daily stand-up meeting for the product team on Project Weathermaster. We are in Sprint 1 and today is the second day. As we are planning to transition to Scrum methodology, I hope you will find this daily stand-up meeting helpful. In this meeting, you will provide information about what you did yesterday, what you plan to do today, and what challenges you faced. I think everyone's here. Let's start.
I don't see Angela. Shouldn't she be here?
I did add Angela as an optional attendee to this meeting, and since she hasn't showed up, we don't have to wait for her, Susan.
Scrum doesn't provide a specific yes or no about the product owner's participation in the daily Scrum. The PO's primary role is to provide direction and clarify requirements and priorities. Since we don't always discuss those in detail at this meeting, the PO is not required to be here. If the POs want to attend, they are generally in listen-only mode for the duration of the meeting. They can use the information gathered during the meeting for separate offline conversations.
What about Todd? He works from his home office, right?
Todd will be a part of the meeting through video chat. It is important that we include every team member in the meeting. Hi Todd, how are you?
I'm fine, thanks. Am I audible?
Yes, Todd. Team, let's all stand up for the meeting.
Why don't you go first, Aaron?
Yesterday, I was working on creating the mock objects to mask the database calls from the unit tests. The difficulty with this approach is that our server-side logic is so dependent on the metadata that writing a true mock is a mammoth exercise. There are decisions that are taken during runtime based on the data. Some of the stored procedure calls are also made based on the values returned through inline queries that are also embedded in the code. I was debugging the code until about 9 p.m., but for the life of me, I couldn't figure this out.
Aaron, could we request you to be concise when you provide an update? If you think some of the details you describe might be interesting to others, why don't you write a wiki page on it and share the link? So, getting back to your update, did you finish the task yesterday?
No, it turned out to be much more complex than I had imagined. I'll continue to work on it today and see if I can figure out an XML structure to mock the schema and hard code some return values. But I am really stuck as far as the inline queries are concerned.
I know what you're talking about. There is a reason why the inline queries are there in the code. This is mainly for performance reasons when the overheads of making a procedure call based on a metadata value and then processing the...
Sorry for the interruption again, guys. This is a really great conversation. May I suggest we write this issue in the parking lot?
I'm not sure what you mean by that, Rick.
Let me explain. What Aaron just brought up is a blocking issue. Team members should bring these up during the daily Scrum so that everybody knows that one of the team members is stuck. However, the daily Scrum is not necessarily the meeting where solutions to every obstacle can or should be found. It looks like Mary knows a thing or two about the issue that Aaron has brought up. Let's jot this down as a parking lot topic. This means the team can have offline conversations after the daily Scrum to track it down. I'm also going to make a note that will track the impediment Aaron faced daily until it is removed. You should let me know if I can help in any way, right? Aaron, is there anything else you would like to say?
No, I am done. Thanks.
Yesterday, I worked on developing the wizards for bulk order creation. I'm almost done. Today, I need to write code to handle some of the exception scenarios before I can get them over to Susan for testing. That's it for me, I guess.
Did you forget to mention any impediments?
Not really an impediment at present, but I would like to mention that my computer probably needs to be upgraded with more RAM. It has been slow for the past few weeks.
Okay, I wrote up some scenarios to test the bulk order wizard. I'm looking to get my hands on the code as soon as Mary is done. Today, I'm also hoping to complete the company order testing that has been pending for a while. I'm okay for the moment, but I do have one question. Shouldn't we all be updating the task board as we speak?
We could. It is up to you guys if you think you want to do this during the meeting. If you ask my opinion, we should update the board as soon as we are ready to move the tasks and not wait for the meeting. This will ensure that the board is always up to date and also that we use the meeting time to focus on the conversations.
That's a great point, Rick. I can't see the board very well from here anyway, so maybe we should find a way to create an electronic version of it too at some point.
Great point, Todd. Why don't you go next with your updates?
All right. Hey, Rick, would you like to know about my work on the advertising module first or the integration server?
Whatever the team decides is fine with me. Remember, this is really your meeting, and I'm only here to facilitate and ensure we get the most out of this meeting.
Alright then, I guess I'll start with the integration server. I would like to inform everybody that I managed to set up the integration server that we can use as a sandbox to test the code before checking it in source control. I'll send everybody a link with some instructions and credentials. I have also started looking at the stories for the advertising module. It looks like there are a lot of open statements in the stories that I don't really understand. I guess I should have been paying more attention during the sprint planning. I really need to have a conversation with Angela about this. That is my main impediment right now. I sent her an email but haven't received a response yet.
I don't have anything new to add today. I'm almost through with setting up our project on the freeware tool that I downloaded yesterday. I'll show you guys a demo in the meeting I set up later today. I'll try to chase down some of these parking lot items. Anything else before we close the meeting? All right, that's it for today. Have a great day.
Do you have a moment to chat about the inline queries real quick?
The purpose of a Scrum meeting is to keep the team members updated and resolve any impediments. It's an ideal way to kickstart the day on a positive note. The Scrum Master reinforces the sense of the self-managing team, facilitates communication between team members, brings the team's focus back to what's important, and supports improvement.
So before we dive into the differences between Scrum and Kanban, let's have a look at what exactly Scrum is. Scrum is a simple agile project management framework that is used by organizations to help teams collaborate, handle unpredictability and complex projects or products while ensuring the products delivered are of the highest value. It describes a set of meetings, tools, and roles that enable teams to work in sync and help them structure themselves and manage their work. Scrum is one of those things that's really easy to understand but very difficult to master. And although Scrum is seen to be used generally by software development teams, its principles and themes are pretty universal and can be used with just about all kinds of teamwork. With Scrum, teams are able to learn from their experiences, what worked out, what didn't, and things like that. They're also able to organize themselves to handle their problems effectively and basically improve themselves by reflecting on them. So how does Scrum work? Here we have the first component, the product backlog. The product backlog consists of a list of tasks that need to be completed so that the goals of the stakeholders are achieved. Then the team decides what tasks from the product backlog they want to take up and deliver in a 2 to 4 week period called sprint, hence the name sprint planning. Next, the tasks that were discussed in the previous phase are added to the sprint backlog. This is a set of tasks which will be focused on in the ongoing sprint. Following this, the Scrum team, which is usually 5 to 9 members strong, will work on these tasks. Now they also have regular Scrum meetings where they talk about their victories, the issues they face, and what they plan to do in the next 24 hours. And then they have the sprint review. The sprint review is a meeting during which the team shows what they accomplished during the sprint. Now during this time, questions are asked, observations, feedback, and suggestions are made. The product owner also gets feedback for upcoming sprints from stakeholders. They also have a sprint retrospective. Now during this session, past mistakes, potential issues, and new ways to handle them are identified. Data from here is incorporated into the new sprint plan. The final step is increment. Here, a workable and usable output is provided to the stakeholders. So now that we know how Scrum works, let's have a look at Kanban. Kanban comes from the Japanese word kanban, which literally means signboard. Like Scrum, Kanban is a popular agile framework that is a visual system by which the work can be managed with ease as it progresses. Kanban uses something known as the Kanban board to make these things possible. With this, you can easily identify bottlenecks and then fix them cost effectively at optimal speeds. The main focus with Kanban is transparency. Since everything related to the tasks are on the board, everyone can keep themselves updated. It also ensures that teams focus on their current tasks until they're done. This limits the amount of work that's in progress. So on the Kanban board, work is divided into smaller, more manageable pieces. The work that's needed to be done is written on a note or card and placed on a board. Columns on the board help represent where each item is, with respect to the workflow. Now let's have a look at what these are in detail. Let's find out how Kanban works. Now the board consists of 3 major components. There's the to-do list, which represents items that need to be completed. The ongoing column, which represents items that are being currently worked on. And the completed or the done column. Now these represent tasks or items that have already been completed. Now although this is a physical representation of the board, several organizations use software versions of the board that replaces the sticky notes with cards that can be moved from one column to another as work progresses. Now an example of such a software is Trello. So if you want to learn more about Trello, you can check out the link I'll be adding to the live chat in a moment. At this point, you guys must have realized how similar these two frameworks sound. So let's run through some more of their similarities. Let's find out how they are similar. Firstly, they both have principles of lean and agile, which means reduction of waste, and both of them are time-boxed and iterative approaches that enable product delivery in an incremental manner. Both these frameworks aim to reduce the amount of work in progress. This forces the teams to ensure that they focus on a smaller set of tasks, This also makes blockers and bottlenecks a little more visible. In both cases, the work is divided into smaller, more manageable units. Both of these frameworks use pull scheduling. Now this means that products are only built based on demand rather than forecasts. Transparency plays a major role in both these frameworks by helping them drive process improvement. And in both cases, the release plan is continuously optimized. And finally, both these methods aim to deliver releasable software often and earlier than expected. So now that we've reached midway, let me ask you guys a question. Do you guys use Scrum or Kanban in your workplace? Or do you use these software for personal reasons? What exactly do you use these for? Let me know in the live chat. Now let's have a look at how these two frameworks are different from one another. Firstly, let's have a look at cadence. Cadence refers to the amount of time in a sprint or before a release. So when it comes to Scrum, the entire project is divided into time-constrained iterations. That is, into smaller, manageable units. But when it comes to Kanban, it's event-driven. The next criteria we're going to have a look at is release methodology. In Scrum, releases take place after each sprint, which usually takes 2 to 4 weeks to complete. For Kanban, releases take place in the form of continuous delivery. They happen in such a way that changes like new features, configuration changes, bug fixes, and experiments get to the users in a safe, quick, and sustainable manner. Next up, let's have a look at how changes are addressed in both these frameworks. In Scrum, no change can be made while the sprint is in progress. Once it's complete, changes can be considered in the sprint plan and then added to the sprint backlog. With Kanban, changes can be made at any time and incorporated into the workflow. Now, let's consider the metric that's being measured. In Scrum, for planning and process improvement, velocity, which is the measure of the work that can be completed by a team in a sprint, is the key metric. In Kanban, lead time is the key metric. This represents the period of time between a new task's appearance in your workflow and its final departure from the system. Next, let's have a look at how teams work in these frameworks. In Scrum, you need a cross-functional team to achieve your goals in a sprint. In Kanban, cross-functional teams are optional, but specialized teams that focus on particular aspects of the workflow are required. Now, let's talk about new additions. In Scrum, just like handling changes, you can't add any items between a sprint or an iteration. In Kanban, new items can be added to the board as long as there's capacity available for it. Now, let's have a look at the job roles within these frameworks. Scrum has 3 major job roles: Product Owner, Scrum Master, and Scrum Team. With Kanban, you don't have any specific job roles. Now, let's talk about representation. Or moreover, let's talk about how data can be represented. With Scrum, the board needs to be reset once a particular sprint is complete. With Kanban, the board stays persistent throughout the entirety of the project. And finally, let's have a look at project length. With Scrum, it's better suited for longer projects. And with Kanban, projects that can be completed in a shorter period of time are better.
So, without any delay, let's get started with the Scrum Master interview questions along with the answers. So, the first question is, what is Scrum? And here is the answer. Scrum is an agile framework that can help teams work together. Scrum can enable teams to learn from experiences, self-organize while working on problems, to reflect on their victories and failures, to make improvements, and much more. It is basically a starter question to keep the interview going. Now moving on to the second one is differentiate between Agile and Scrum. So they are basically asking you to differentiate between Agile and Scrum. So you need to provide them the differences. And here you go. Agile. Agile is a set of principles that's iterative and incremental in nature, whereas Scrum, it is an implementation of the Agile methodology itself. Agile, it is suited for the projects involving a small team of experts, and Scrum, it is used in teams that need to handle constant changing requirements. Under Agile, again, the project head takes care of all the tasks and is vital to the project. And here in the Scrum, there is no leader basically. The issues are handled by the Scrum Master and the team. Then again under Agile, we have changes cannot be handled frequently. And in Scrum, the teams can react to changes quickly. And in Agile again, lastly we have it requires frequent delivery to the end user. And in the Scrum, sprints provide the workable builds of the final product to the user for feedback. Now, moving on, we have define the various roles of Scrum. And here is the answer. There are basically three roles: the product owner, the Scrum Master, and the Scrum team. So what do you mean by product owner? The product owner is an individual who is responsible for increasing the ROI by determining the product features, prioritizing these features into a list, what needs to be focused on the upcoming sprint, and much more. These are constantly reprioritized and refined. Coming to the Scrum Master, this individual helps the team in learning to apply Scrum to ensure the optimum business value. The Scrum Master removes impediments, shields the team from distractions, and it enables them to adopt the agile practices. Then again, coming to Scrum team, they are the collection of individuals who work together to ensure that the requirements of the stakeholders are delivered. Now moving on, we have what are the artifacts of the Scrum process. So here you go with the answer. So there are basically three artifacts: the product backlog, the sprint backlog, and the product increment. The product backlog is a list that consists of the new features, changes to features, bug fixes, changes to the infrastructure, and other activities. Coming to the sprint backlog, it is a subset of the product backlog that contains the tasks focused on by the team to satisfy the sprint goal. Coming to product increment, it is a combination of all the product backlog items completed in a sprint and value of the previous sprint's increments. And like this, you can frame your answer. Now moving on, we have how are the product and the sprint backlog different from each other? And here is a list of differences. Now differentiating them on the based of definition. The product backlog is a list of items that need to be completed for developing the product. And the sprint backlog, it is again a list of items to be completed during a specific sprint. Now coming to the sources. Then product backlog is collected from the customer by the product owner himself and assigned to the team. The sprint backlog is collected from the product owner by the team for a specific sprint. Now differentiating them on the basis of scope, goal, time frame, and ownership. Now moving on to the next question is, who is a Scrum Master and what does he or she do? And here is the answer. A Scrum Master is someone who promotes and supports the usage of Scrum within the team. He or she understands the theory, practices, rules, and the values of the Scrum. He or she even ensures that the team follows the values, principles, and the practices of the Scrum. They remove any distractions and impediments that hamper the progress of the report. The Scrum Master ensures that the team delivers value during the sprint. Now moving on to the next question is, what happens in the daily stand-up sessions? And here is the answer. The stand-up sessions are basically the daily discussions that take place and are usually 15 minutes long. So, it helps us understand what tasks went well, what tasks were completed before, and what tasks are pending, and the obstacles the team is facing in delivering the product on time. So, the meeting basically helps in understanding the overall scope and the status of the project. Now, moving on to the next question, we have what is Scrum Ban? And here is the answer. Scrum Ban is basically a hybrid of Scrum and Kanban designed to suit the team's needs. It reduces the work batching and uses a pull-based system for task management. It combines Scrum's structured approach with Kanban's flexibility and visual workflow, offering the best of both the worlds. Now moving on, we have what are Sprint 0 and Spike? And here is the answer. Sprint 0 refers to the small amount of effort put in to create a rough skeleton of the product backlog. So it includes insights towards estimating the release of the products. So the question may arise why it is required. So you can tell it is helping in creating the project skeleton along with the research spikes. It helps in keeping the minimal design, developing some stories completely from scratch, having low velocity and being lightweight. So our second question was, what is Spike? So Spike is a set of activities that involve the extreme programming for research, design, investigation, creating POCs, etc. Now, you can frame your answer like this. And now, moving on to the next question, we have, what is Scrum of Scrums? And here is the answer. It is a terminology used for the scaled agile technologies, which is required to control and collaborate with multiple Scrum teams. It is best used in situations where teams are collaborating on complex assignments. You can also include it is also used to ensure that the required transparency, collaboration, adaptation, and adoption are established and to ensure that the products are deployed and delivered on a particular time. Now moving on, the next question is, what is user story mapping? It is now again a very important question and it's common too. And how you will frame your answer is as follows. User story mapping represents and arranges the user stories that help with understanding the system functionalities, system backlog, planning releases, and providing value to the customers. They arrange basically the user stories based on their priority on the horizontal axis. And on the vertical axis, they are represented based on the increasing level of sophistication. Now, moving on, we have what happens in the sprint retrospective. And here is the answer. The sprint retrospective takes place after the sprint review. It is basically a phase. So during this meeting, past mistakes, the potential issues, and new methods to handle them are discussed. This data is incorporated into the planning of a new sprint. Now moving on is what is empirical process control in Scrum? And here you go. So empiricism refers to the work that's based on facts, experiences, evidences, observations, and experimentation. It is established and followed in Scrum to ensure the project progress and interpretation is based on facts of observations. It relies on transparency, observation, and adaptation. So the mindset of the team and the shift in thought process and the culture are essential to achieve the agility required by the organization. Now, moving on, we have what are some drawbacks of using Scrum? You can also put what are the disadvantages of using Scrum? So, we'll move on and see. Scrum requires individuals with experience. Our team needs to be collaborative and committed to the ensuring results on time. Tasks need to be very well defined. It works better for the smaller projects and is difficult to scale to larger, more complex projects. So now, moving on, we have the next question is, what are the key skills of a Scrum Master? So it can also be portrayed as, what are the necessary skills of a Scrum Master? So here you can frame your answer like, the necessary skills of a Scrum Master are, he or she needs a strong understanding of Scrum and Agile concepts. He should have a fine-tuned organizational skills, should have a familiarity with the technology used by the team. Then he or she should be able to coach and teach the team to follow the Scrum practices, having the ability to handle conflicts and resolve them quickly. And the most important one is to be a servant leader. Now moving on to the next question we have, how can discord be dealt with within the Scrum team? And here you go for the answer. So the issue's root cause needs to be identified and addressed. And this is the first and the most important step. Now moving on, we have the complete ownership needs to be established. Try to diffuse the disagreement. Emphasize on focus areas that complement the project. A common understanding needs to be established to guide the team, basically. So performing continuous monitoring and providing the complete visibility is also very necessary. So now moving on, we have the next question is, what is a user story? So again, a very important but a simple question, and here how you can frame your answer. So your user story is an agile software development or a project management tool that provides the teams with simple natural language explanations of one or more project features written from the end user's perspective. So the user story doesn't go into detail but only mentions how certain types of work will bring value to the end user. So they also form the building block of agile frameworks like epics and other initiatives. They even ensure that the team works towards the goals of the organization. The requirements to make a user story a reality are added later after the discussion with the team. So they are recorded on post-it notes, index cards, or the project management software itself. So now moving on to the next question is, how are user stories, epics, and the tasks different? So they are basically asking what is the difference among these three: user stories, epics, and tasks. And here how you can frame your answer. So user stories. So they provide the team with simple explanations of the business requirements required from the end user's perspective. And about epics, it is a collection of the related user stories. They are usually large and complex. And what about tasks? So tasks are used to break down the user stories further. So they are the smallest unit in Scrum that is used to track work. A person or a team of 2 people usually basically work on a single task. Now moving on, we have the next question is, what is a sprint? And here you go for the answer. So sprint is a terminology used in Scrum, used to describe a time-boxed iteration. So during a sprint, a specific module of the product is created. The duration of a sprint can vary between a week or a 2. Now moving on to the next question is, what is velocity? It is not that speed velocity, it is basically the velocity or terminology used in Scrum. So here you go for the answer. So the velocity is a metric used to measure the amount of work completed by a team during a sprint. It refers to the number of user stories completed in a sprint. And here you basically can see the graph and you have a basic idea of the velocity. Now moving on to the next question is, what are the responsibilities of a product owner? And here you go. The product owner basically defines the vision of the project. It anticipates the needs of the customer and creates appropriate user stories. He or she even evaluates the project progress, and it also acts as a product-related questions. Basically, they can answer them. So you can frame your answer like this. Then moving on, we have what is burn up and a burn down chart. This is again can be a difference on the definition of a burn up and a burn down chart. So let's see. A burn-up chart is a tool that's used to track the amount of work that's been completed and to represent the total amount of work that needs to be done for a sprint or a project. And a burn-down chart represents how fast working through user stories is. It shows the total effort against the amount of work for each iteration. So now moving on, we have how is estimation done in a Scrum project. So let's see. The estimation of the user stories is done based on their difficulty. So a particular scale is used to access the difficulty of the user stories. Some type of scales are, you can even say this, that you have a numeric sizing that is from 1 to 10. We have even the t-shirt sizes we all see in the malls, that is from S, M, L, XL, XXL and so on. The Fibonacci series 1, 2, 3, 5, 8 and so on. The dog breeds, the Great Dane, examples and a lot more. Now moving on, the next question is, what are some of the risks in Scrum? So how are they handled? So let's see the answer. There are some type of risk in Scrum as well. So the first one is a budget. The risk of exceeding budgets. The people, basically the team members need to be appropriate skill and capability. Sprint, this is basically the duration and the deliverables. Exceeding the duration, addition of the scope of work. Then coming to the product related issues, there is a user stories and epics. Having the ill-defined user stories and epics can also be a problem. Then knowledge and capability, having the appropriate resources is very necessary for a Scrum. So managing risk involves identifying, accessing and analyzing the risk and monitoring them and continuously managing them. They are done on a continual basis right from the starting of the project until the completion. So it is very necessary to understand the impact of the risk is based on the proximity of the actual occurrence of the risk. So now moving on to the next question we have, how does a Scrum Master track the sprint process? And here is the answer. So they can track the sprint progress by daily Scrum meetings, the Scrum retrospectives, sprint planning, escape defects, defect density, the sprint burn down, and team velocity. And then moving on to the next question is how to deal with the score creep. So the score creep refers to the change that's uncontrolled and added without checking its impact on scope, time, cost, etc. To handle it, here's what needs to be done. So you can basically see close monitoring of work done on a day-to-day basis is necessary, understanding and communicating the vision to the team and ensuring they're aligned. Then capturing, reviewing the project requirements regularly to emphasize to the team and customer about the requirements signed off. Then ensuring that any changes introduced go through change control and are implemented based on the approval for the change request. Then avoid gold plating. Then moving on to the next question we have, what are MVP and MMP? Now here is the answer. MVP stands for minimum viable product. It is a lean startup concept that stresses the impact of learning while performing the product development. This allows one to test and understand the idea by getting exposed to the initial version for target customers and users. To accomplish this, one has to collect all the relevant data and learn from the collected data. The thought behind MVP is to produce the product, to provide access to the users, and to observe how the product is used, perceived, and understood. Coming to MMP, it stands for Minimal Marketable Product. It refers to the description of the product, which will have a minimal number of features that addresses the requirement of the users. So now moving on to the next question, what does DOD mean? So here is the answer. DOD stands for Definition of Done. It refers to the collection of the deliverables. You can basically make it out from the definition itself, which includes the written codes, comments on coding, unit test, integration testing, design documents, release notes, and etc. So this adds verifiable and demonstrable values to project development. DOD is very helpful to Scrum while defining the deliverables to achieve the objective of the products. It helps with defining the steps required to deliver the iteration, the usage of the appropriate tools like burn down to make the process more effective, and so on. Now moving to the next question is, how can a Scrum Master be a servant leader? And again, a very important and a logical question. We will answer the question. The term servant leader mainly focuses on the service orientation which a leader should demonstrate. So the Scrum Master needs to be a facilitator, a guide, a mentor, etc. So this helps the team having increased involvement, empowerment, and etc. The next question we have, how can you coordinate between the multiple teams? And here is how you can frame your answer. So one of the most common approaches for this is the Scrum of Scrums, SOS, meeting where members representing each Scrum team discuss the progress, performance, issues, risk, etc. all together. So the frequency of these meetings must be predefined. Generally, Scrum Masters would represent a particular Scrum team besides having the Chief Scrum Master who is basically responsible for coordination and collaboration among all the Scrums who facilitates these meetings. So now moving on to the next question, we have, how would you handle conflict within the team? So here is the answer. So giving individual coaching to the team members is again very important, one of the effective strategies to resolve a problem. So it is imperative for a Scrum Master to maintain the positive relationships with the team members and provide guidance when they face challenges. So for a Scrum Master, paying attention to the source of the problem and listening and acting accordingly would go a long way. Any disagreements should be shared with other team members in a manner that would be open or to suggestions for resolving the issue. So you can even say about the following steps help in handling the conflicts within the team. Step 1 should be scene setting. Step 2 should be gathering information. Step 3 should be brainstorming to find a solution. Then final step would be solution conferring. This is how you can handle the conflict within a team. So now moving on, we have how would you deal with a difficult stakeholder? The 4 strategies by which we can deal with difficult stakeholders are listening to them very carefully. Number 2 is estimating their motivation. Number 3 is meeting them one after the other. And then the last one is watch the stakeholders closely by identifying them. And this can actually give you ideas about the stakeholder. Now moving on to the next question is, what are the 3 pillars of Scrum? Again, a very important thing to understand. The 3 pillars of Scrum are summarized as it is adaptation, transparency, and inspection. So adaptation, the method being processed, must be changed if an inspector determines that one or more aspects of a process are outside of the permitted limits. Coming to transparency, it mandates that those elements be specified by a consistent standard in order for viewers to understand what they are viewing. Then again, coming to inspection, the Scrum users must check Scrum artifacts and progress towards a sprint goal on a regular basis to discover unwanted deviations. Now, moving on, we have the next question as explain the user story structure with an example. So this is basically a very logical question and it is a very common one too. So here is a basic structure of the story. You can see as a role of the user, then I want to achieve a goal or perform a task so that I may achieve some goal or value. For example, the user story of a person's online course purchase can be, as a customer, I want to purchase educational courses online from the EdTech website so that I do not have to visit a training center. And here's basically how you can write it. Now moving on, we have the next question is, how can you assure that the user stories meet the requirements? And here you go. So a good user narrative includes both a description and acceptance criteria. It should be completed in a sprint with the fewest possible dependencies. The team should be able to develop and test while still delivering estimations with the sprint's contrast. So in short, good user stories adhere to the invest concept. You can see basically what it means and you can even include this in your explanation. Now moving on to the next question is, what are the 5 steps of the risk management? The 5 steps of risk management are risk identification, risk analysis, ranking the risk, and then treating the risk, and then finally risk review. So risk identification, to identify the risk that your company is exposed to in its current operating environment. And what do you mean by risk analysis? So once a risk has been identified, it must be investigated. So this is all about analysis. Then again coming to ranking the risk. So risk must be ranked and prioritized. All risks can't be same, right? So you need to prioritize which risk to treat first. Then comes the process treating the risk. As much as possible, all risks should be avoided or reduced by contacting the experts in the field in question. Then coming to the final stage, that is risk review. To ensure that it has been entirely eradicated, the risk evaluation is done. Now, moving on to the next question we have, what do you mean by the time boxing in Scrum? When can a sprint be cancelled and by whom? So here you go. So time boxing is a practice of devoting a set amount of time to a single activity. A time box is a unit of time measurement. A time box must not exceed 15 minutes in length. So when can a sprint be cancelled and by whom? So a sprint can be cancelled before the sprint time box limit ends. Only a product owner can cancel the sprint. So now moving on, we have, what do you understand about the scope creep and how can scope creep be managed? To manage the scope creep, we need to use a change control mechanism to keep it under control. This includes the following: maintaining a baseline scope and keeping the track of the project's progress. To evaluate the actual work performance metrics to the baseline scope, that is, how different is the current project from the original plan, and we need to perform the variance analysis. Then identifying the severity and the source of the observed alterations. then selecting whether to take the preventive or the corrective action in response to the request regarding changes. Then finally, to recommend the actions and manage all the change requests by using the perform integrated change control method, whether preventive or corrective. Now moving on, we have the next question as, when should a Scrum Master not act as a facilitator? Then again, a very important and interesting question. It is like, a workshop facilitator must be objective when it comes to the topics being discussed and should avoid contributing facts or opinions to the conversation. Even through a Scrum Master's job is to assist the team in achieving the best possible results, workshop facilitation can be challenging at times. So now moving on to the next question we have, how do you make the different stakeholders attend daily Scrum meetings? So the coordination of the business people and the developers defines the success of a project. So the Scrum Master should conduct the daily stand-up meetings and encourage all stakeholders to be a part of the call by explaining the impact it will have on the project. The motive of the daily Scrum is to know whether or not they will reach the sprint goal. So the next question comes, what is the structure of a good story? And here you go with the answer. So the structure of a good story is as follows. Who are we building it for and what are the users? Secondly, what are we building and what is the intention of building? So again comes, why are we building it and what value does it bring for the user? So well-formed stories will meet the criteria of Bill Wick's INVEST acronym. That is again INVEST, independent, negotiable, valuable, estimable, small and testable. And now moving on to the next question is, what is the role of a Scrum Master in a sprint retrospective? And here you go. The Scrum Master in sprint retrospective inspects the progress of the previous improvements. So with the help of team discussion, new improvements are also inspected and adapted. Scrum Master plays the role of a facilitator for the team. Now moving on to the next question. How can Scrum Masters ensure timely delivery of action items? So, the regular Scrum retrospective ensures the timely delivery of action items. An effective retrospective makes sure that the team has identified the action items. Some organizations use a retrospective tracker to monitor the action items. Here are the targeted categories like the priority, ownership, status, description, identified on, and type. So working on the action items gives the team a boost that they are moving towards improvement and enhances the sense of ownership. Now moving on, we have, what do you exactly mean by sprint and Scrum? So a sprint is at the heart of Scrum. An incremental product is released every week or every month. So after the previous sprint gets completed, a new sprint begins. It breaks down large projects into smaller, more manageable chunks. Daily Scrum sprint planning, sprint review, and everything are a part of sprint. Now, moving on to the next, we have, what does the concept of confidence vote mean in Scrum? Why is it vital? So the confidence vote is held at the program increment planning session following the risk analysis. It is when all the team members assemble, voice their opinions, and vote with their fingers on their confidence level in completing the PI targets. A vote of confidence can help create an environment where people feel comfortable sharing and expressing their ideas. So it boosts team morale because members should feel that their opinions are valued. Now moving on to the next question is daily meeting suggested for all teams irrespective of their size or experience level? Explain. So here is the answer. During the daily meeting, a team can evaluate its progress, is sticking to the sprint goal or not. To ensure that everyone is on the same page, all agile teams should meet frequently. So there are various ways they can conduct the meeting: small and experienced, small and inexperienced, large and distributed teams. So you can frame your answer like this. Then moving on to the next question, we have, can Scrum team members participate in the product development process as well? If it is so, then please explain how. And here is the answer. It is very advantageous to involve the Scrum team in the discovery phase stage of the product development lifecycle. The agile teams collaborate with the stakeholders early in the development cycle to ensure that both the parties are on the same page. And you can basically see the points over here and then basically frame your answer like this. Now moving on, In Scrum, what do you mean by user stories and what benefits come from using them? So a user story is an informal, generic description of a software feature written from the end user's perspective. Putting people first is a critical element of an agile software development, and the user story accomplishes this by putting users at the center of the discussion. There are some benefits of using user story. So the primary benefit of user story is the user-centric definition. The syntax of the user story ensures that the user's desired goal, benefit, or the value gets captured. Then again, because the acceptance criteria gets included in the story, the Scrum team will benefit from them. So user story can change at any time during the project's execution. So now moving on to the second last question we have is, name some other agile frameworks. So there are other frameworks besides Scrum, such as Kanban, test-driven development, and feature-driven development. Mentioned frameworks you have followed and provide the scenarios how you have used it. So now, moving on to the next one is, when we should use waterfall over Scrum? And is again very important question. So we should use waterfall if the requirements are very simple, predictable, fully defined and understood, and will not change in the meantime. So you can basically, all the interview questions that are very important, there can be millions of questions on Scrum Master, but I have provided this top 50.
Now with that, we have come to the end of our full course. If you have any doubts or questions, you can ask them in the comment section below. Our team of experts will reply you as soon as possible. Thank you and keep learning with Simplilearn. Hi there, if you like this video, subscribe to Simplilearn YouTube channel and click here to watch similar videos. To nerd up and get certified, you can check the description box below.